All right, well, we get things rolling from Leesburg, Florida for weekend number 2 for the University of Iowa softball program that has traveled down there to play their second weekend of Big Ten softball against 2 competitive Big Ten softball teams. Today, tomorrow, and Saturday will be Penn State. And then on Saturday will be Maryland. Actually, today and tomorrow are Penn State. Maryland is Saturday with a doubleheader, and Sunday with a single game. So the Hawks coming off a weekend, 2 weekends ago, where they went to Leesburg, Florida, and played Ohio State, Michigan, and Michigan State all in 2-game series. The Hawkeyes split with Ohio State in the first series, losing game 1 3-2, and they won the second game 4-3 on a walk-off single, 2 RBI single by Nia Carter. And then on Saturday, it was the doubleheader against the 17th-ranked Michigan Wolverines. And the Hawks lost both of those games. The first one 2-0 in a tight battle. Megan Bobine pitched for Michigan, struck out 12 Hawkeyes, but Iowa kept Michigan at bay as well in that game, and were able to, through Sarah Lima, it was Allison Ducey pitched that game. And she did take the loss in it, but Iowa had just a couple of chances to get runs across and did not. Ended up losing that game 2-0. But in game 2, Iowa found itself down 6-1. Got it to the top of the 7th inning and scored 4 runs to make it 6-5. And then a base running error made between first and second halted the inning. That was the third out with a runner on third base and maybe a chance to tie the game or even take the lead. But nevertheless, the Hawkeyes split with 17th-ranked Michigan. And then on Sunday, the 28th, the last day of February, it was Michigan State. Iowa won the first game in dominating fashion, 6-1. And Michigan State won the second game in a real slow type game, almost a lifeless game for the Hawkeyes. It was a 1-0 game, and who would have thought that a run in the first inning would have held up for a win in that, but it certainly did. So today it's the Hawkeyes and the Penn State Nittany Lions, and coming into today's game, Iowa is 2-4 overall, and Penn State comes in with an 0-6 record. Now, Penn State in that first weekend, going 0-6, had played everybody strong, but just couldn't come up with any of the wins in that. And ended up losing the 6 games that they played in that weekend. And so they had to go back and work on a few things back in Happy Valley to be able to get things squared away to come into this weekend, as the Penn State Nittany Lions will be playing Iowa in a doubleheader today and tomorrow. And then on Saturday, they will play their second opponent of the weekend series. Another Big Ten opponent, and they'll try to come away with a much better record than 0-6 is when they had their first through that first weekend. Iowa again at 2-4 is going to put Sarah Lehman in the circle today. Sarah pitched against Ohio State in Game 1 down in Leesburg, Florida. Last time they were there. And Sarah did an admirable job going 6 innings, giving up 4 hits and only 3 runs. All 3 of them were earned. She did strike out 5 and walked a couple of batters. But, in that first game, Sometimes you have the nerves, and you're in a different atmosphere. So it took a while for her to get acclimated. Oh my God. Come on. Account is locked. God bless it. Oh my gosh. Well, I think we got things rolling here. The Hawks score 2 runs in their top of the first inning, and that will bring up Penn State in the bottom of the first. Iowa leads it 2-0. We're in the bottom of the first inning, and Maggie Finneman just on actually was struck out. That brings up Caitlin Morrison. Caitlin Morrison, a sophomore third baseman. Beautiful day from Orlando, Florida today on this Thursday morning. And into Orlando, they're beginning at 73 degrees, and as you can imagine, with every week from here on out through the summer and into the fall, it'll be warm. Nice and warm, just like they like it. Caitlin Morrison, the sophomore third baseman, facing Sarah Lehman in the circle. Caitlin Morrison, a .250 hitter on the season, started and played in just 4 games 2 weeks ago. 3 hits and 12 at-bats. So she can put the bat on the ball. Here is the pitch from Sarah Lehman that's swung at and missed. And so it's a 1-2 count to Caitlin Morrison. Morrison a year ago in the shortened season was started and played in 26 games, batted .271, 23 hits and 85 at-bats, 4 doubles. She did hit a home run. Here's a pitch that is down and away. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sarah Lehman in the circle here today for the Hawks. Again, she pitched against Ohio State in Game 1 of the doubleheader against the Buckeyes, going 6 innings, giving up 4 hits, 3 runs, and 3 earned runs. She did strike out 2, gave up a couple of doubles. Here is one that's hit down the left field line. And it's caught out there in left field by Riley Sheehy. And that ends Penn State in the bottom of the first inning. So Denali Lecker with a 2-run RBI single in the top of the first inning to score a couple of runs. Give the Hawks their 2-0 lead. What a way to get started. And so that'll bring up here in the top of the second inning. It's Marissa Peck. The sophomore catcher, the freshman catcher. She's played quite a bit already for the Hawks. In the weekend 2 weekends ago, in the 6 games played by the Hawks, she caught both games of the Ohio State 2-game series, and she caught one in the Michigan series and one of the Michigan State series, game number 2 on the season, batting .200. She did get hit in each of the Ohio State and Michigan State second games. Had an RBI single in that Ohio State game. Here is the pitch to her on this count, and she hits one into the outfield, and Marissa Peak is on with a single, and a good way to get it started here. in this top of the second inning, leading by 2. Kylie Lingenfelter, a 3-year player for Penn State, is in the circle. She 0-2 on the season. She lost 2 games 2 weekends ago. Here is the turn and bunt by Briley Klosterman. It does move Marissa Peak to second base on the sacrifice by Briley. So it's 1 out, and it brings up Nia Carter. So Nia hits one right back to the pitcher in the circle, and Klingenfelter bobbled it a couple of times, but had enough time to pick it up and throw it over to first base to get the out. First baseman Lexi Black for Penn State. And so that's out number 2, but it does move Marissa Peak over to third base. In scoring position, it brings up Riley Sheehy. And there's a first pitch ball that's on the outside. Roddy looks at another ball, so it's 2 balls and no strikes. On the junior from Newtown, Pennsylvania. Here is the 2-0-2er that she swings at and will lace down just underneath the catcher, and it's a foul ball. So it's 2 balls and a strike. So Sheehy in the 2020 season was batting .375. She had 13 at-bats and 12 hits, 5 RBI. She had a double and a triple for her extra base hits. Here is a pitch that's outside. Left-handed catcher today for Penn State. That's Allie Kurland. Here's the pitch now from Lingenfelter. And the junior pitcher, it's one that's low and away. Here is the pitch to Riley Sheehy, and she draws a base on balls. And for Sheehy, that is her 3rd walk of the year. She walked in each of the Ohio State games one time. Brings up Arilee Bogar. Nice to see Arilee back in the lineup. Did not make the trip the first time down to Leesburg 2 weeks ago. Here's a swing and a miss. Arilee playing second base today, batting 3rd. She a just under 300 career hitter who last year was at 253 with 19 hits and 75 at-bats. Here's one that she fouls back. She has teammates at first and third. Here is the 0-2 to Arilee Bogar. Doesn't strike out much. Here's the pitch that she takes a swing at and fouls, and actually it's a foul tip that is caught. And so that is the 3rd out of the inning. The Hawks get 2 on. They had runners at the corners but couldn't sneak one across. They do score 2 runs that back in the first inning and lead this game 2-0 as we head into the bottom of the second inning. Penn State will be coming to bat. So the first of a doubleheader today between the Hawks and the Penn State Nittany Lions from Leesburg, Florida. Iowa 2-4 on the Big Ten season after losing a doubleheader to Michigan 2 weeks ago, a single game to Ohio State and a single game to Michigan State. Iowa truly could have been 4-2 coming out of that weekend. Learned a lot in that weekend about themselves, considering it was the first time they'd seen competition. Had some chances, didn't take many chances, didn't provide many types of chances. And so here's Allie Kurland, the left-handed catcher, left-handed batter for the Penn State Nittany Lions. Kurland, a junior catcher. Here's the pitch to her from Sarah Lehman. Sarah down on the count now at 2 balls and no strikes. Kurland, second on the team in hitting this year at a .200 average, has started and played in 6 games, 10 at-bats, this being her 11th, and she has a couple of hits, one of them a double. Here comes the 2-0 pitch from Sarah Lehman. That's down and away again. Sarah trying to be careful with her, not getting anything in that hitting zone. So Kurland is up in the count now at 3 balls and no strikes. A year ago, Kurland, a .233 hitter, in the shortened season. She started and played 23 games, had 14 at-bats, 60 hits, a couple of doubles, and she also clubbed a couple home runs. Here is the 3-1 that is called ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk issued by Sarah Lehman. Sarah on the season in her 13 innings of work has walked one other batter, and that was in the Michigan State game. She threw 7 innings of that game, give up 4 hits, a run, which was earned, and the 1 walk. She did strike out 7. Sarah really just getting acclimated to Big Ten softball. She did have a nice season in 2019 where she made 17 appearances. She started 10 games and threw 5 complete games, pitching 66 innings. I think last year she really was looking for a strong season that got started okay and then ended abruptly. And so they had to, take the whole last 9 months and, work within each other in this team to get things going. And just not the same as playing in regular competition. So now there's going to be a meeting in the circle for the Hawks, as they want to get things squared away. There's a runner on first base for Penn State. They must have intentionally walked Danny Fry, unless she got hit by a pitch or something. Hawks lead it 2-0. We're in the bottom of the second inning, first of a doubleheader. 2 games today against Penn State, and then a single game tomorrow. And then they begin the Maryland series on Saturday. That'll be a 9 a.m. first game start, 9 and 11:30 for the second game. Now the Hawks got things squared away. Looks like KT Rex, sophomore designated hitter, has stepped into the circle. She lays down a bunt that is bunted foul. Actually, this is Danny Fry. So Kurland got on base on a base on balls. So it's Danny Fry, 4-year player for Penn State Nittany Lions that on this season already at 300 hitting, has started and played in 4 games. Here's another bunt. She bunts right back to Sarah. Sarah will scoop it and go over to Ariely Bogar at second base for that sacrifice out. For the first out, it does move Allie Kurland on to second. It'll bring up KT Rex, the designated hitter. KT Rex, a sophomore. Catherine Rex is her God-given name. Hitting 167, 12 at-bats, 2 hits, no extra base hits. Here's a pitch that she looks at, strike one, from senior Sarah Lehman, an Iowa City product, Iowa City Regina High School. Had a fine high school career. Here's a pitch that is out and away, so it's a ball and a strike on KT Rex. Rex played a year ago in the shortened season. She started 5 games, played in 13, had a couple of hits and 21 at-bats. Here's the pitch that she takes a solid cut at but misses, and it's called strike one. KT Rex from Toledo, Ohio. Here is the pitch to her that's down and away, and she swings and misses. And she goes down on strikes. 2 gone in the Penn State bottom of the second inning. Lilia Crothamel. Lilia Crothamel is at the plate. Lilia, junior left fielder. Crothamel leading this team in batting so far this season, batting .313, 5 hits and 16 at-bats. Here's the first offering from Sarah. That's outside, ball one. Crothamel, a 3-year player. 5 hits and 16 at-bats this year. A year ago, she was a 190 hitter. She started 8 games, played in 13, had 4 hits and 21 at-bats. Here's a pitch that's a kind of a drop ball that Crothamel goes after, but swings at and misses, so it's a ball and a strike. Lilia Crothamel, batting 7th in the lineup, left fielder. Here is the 1-1 to her. That is called strike 2 on the outside corner. Nice spot for Sarah Lehman. Hawks looking to really improve even from last year. They were 17-5 coming out of the pre-conference season when the season was put on abrupt halt for the rest of it. They were picked to finish fairly well last year in the Big Ten. Never got a chance to prove it. Here's a pitch that's up and in, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. This year the Hawks picked to finish 5th in the Big Ten. And also picked to be a regional representative. So a lot of people with respect out there for what head coach Renee Gillespie and her staff have done to recruit some of the best talent around the country to come to the University of Iowa to study and to play softball. Lilia Crothamel strikes out, and so 2 of 3 strikeouts in the bottom of the second inning leaves Penn State scoreless in a game that they trail 2-0 to the University of Iowa Hawkeyes. Iowa comes to bat in the top of the third. It'll be Grace Baines, Kalena Burns, and Denali Lecker. So we head into the top of the third inning. Iowa off to a good start in this first game of a doubleheader, leading Penn State by the score of 2-0. Denali Lecker with a 2-run single back in that first inning. Got the Hawks off, scoring a couple of runs. The Hawks had the bases loaded, but they were able to get 2 runs scored and lead it 2-0. Grace Baines steps to the plate, batting fourth in the lineup here today. She's kind of bounced around the lineup. Good in really any position that she's in. She knows how to put the ball into play. Although only batting 56%. With 1 hit and 18 at-bats. Here's a pop-up into the infield that is tracked down by Caitlin Morrison, the third baseman. And so that's the Hawks' first out of this top of the third inning. That'll bring up Kalenna Burns. Burns struck out in her first at-bat. Batting 200 on the season coming in. 3 hits and 15 at-bats. 2 of them, though, are home runs. She popped a solo shot against Ohio State. In game number 1, that the Hawkeyes lost 3-2. And then she hit another solo home run, actually a 2-run home run against Michigan State in game 1, in a game that the Hawks won. Here's a rip down the line by Kalenna, and it's a nice hard shot down the left field line for a single, and that puts Kalenna Burns on base. Brings up Denali Lecker. Lecker, freshman designated player, batting 6th in the lineup today. She also has been moving up and down in the lineup, batting 4th, 5th, or 6th. But she can put the bat on the ball. Had a great career in high school at Ogden, not only as a utility player, but as a pitcher. Here's a first pitch swing for Denali that she fouls back behind the dugout. So it's no balls and 1 strike as Denali Lecker facing Kylie Lingenfelter, the junior right-handed pitcher for Penn State. Here's the offering that's inside, and it's ball 1. One ball and 1 strike. And here's a hit for Lecker that'll score Kalenna Burns. And now the home plate umpire. That was a nice hit for Denali. She on a roll here today with a double and a single to her credit, and she's got 3 RBIs already for the Hawks. That'll bring up Sammy Diaz. Sammy batting 7th in the lineup. Playing third base again. Here's the first pitch to her that she pops up into the infield. That is taken by the first baseman, Lexi Black. About halfway down the line, a step in on the first base line. So Sammy will pop out, and it will bring up Marissa Peak. So Marissa Peak singled in her first at-bat, ended up on third base back in the second inning. Here's the first pitch from Lingenfelter. It's a ball that's down and away. Denali Lecker at second base after stroking a double that scored Kalena Burns from first. Iowa up 3-0. Here is the pitch that is fouled back by Marissa Peak. Iowa must have had a great last couple weeks of practice. I think they know coming off of that weekend 2 weeks ago where they were 2-4, I think disappointed in themselves certainly in 3 of those losses, where they really could have been 4-2 or even 5-1. I think they could have beat Michigan twice. I think at times it seemed that the overwhelming part of Michigan's aura about them will sometimes get to an opposing team, and it can stifle them even for a one game, because Iowa came back and played a much better game the second game. Here's the pitch to Peak. She swings at and misses. And down on strikes is Marissa Peak. But Iowa leads at 3-0. A run-scoring double by Denali Lecker gives the Hawks that 3-0 win. And when the Hawks are out in the field, Penn State comes to bat. They've got numbers 8, 9 in the top of the order when play resumes. Sarah Lehman in the circle. She's got excellent fielding around her. And there's the first pitch from Sarah Lehman to Lauren Marcotte, a freshman shortstop. And here is the 0-1 that Marcotte will lift over second base and in front of right field. It gets between the center fielder and the right fielder, and Marcotte is racing all the way to second to third. They got her halted now at third base. It was in between Briley Klosterman and Nia Carter, got all the way out to the fence, and the speedy Lauren Marcotte raced around the bases for a triple. So trailing 3-0, Penn State now building a threat with their leadoff hitter, and a triple brings up Melody Coombs, a freshman second baseman. And she wanted to check swing on that first pitch from Sarah, but is caught going 3/4 of the way around, so she's got strike one on her. And Coombs on the season, a 125 hitter, 1 hit and 8 at bats. She started 4 of the 5 games, including today, that she's played in. Here is the 0-1 to her that she takes a swing at and fouls back down the right field line. So it's a ball and a strike. One ball and no strike. One ball and one strike, excuse me, to Melody Coombs, a freshman second baseman that's up and in on her, almost brushes her shoulder. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike now on the freshman second baseman. Sarah Lehman, the senior pitcher in the circle for the Hawks. Marissa Peak behind plate. Got a solid infield out there with Sammy Diaz at third. We'll also see Avery Guy here this weekend. Grace Baines is playing shortstop today. Here's the 1-2 to Coombs, and she'll foul another one back behind the backstop. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes on the freshman, Melody Coombs. Melody Coombs, the freshman out of Mechanicsville, Maryland. Didn't go far to play softball at Penn State. Here's a pitch that's down and away. Doesn't get the call. The umpire looked at it, but it was just a little bit on the outside. So full count on Mel Coombs, freshman second baseman. Iowa leads this game 3-0. We are in the bottom of the third inning from Leesburg, Florida. Here is the pitch that's hit to shortstop Baines. She scoops and across the diamond for the out, and it does hold the runner at third base. Nice play by Grace Baines. Nice play by Grace Baines to hold Lauren Marcotte at third base. And that'll bring up the top of the order and Maggie Finnegan. Maggie struck out in her first at-bat. Sophomore right fielder. Finnegan is from McHenry, Illinois. Here is the pitch. That is fouled back. And so Finnegan will remain at this at-bat. You know, she hit that ball and she wanted to get a little bit extra running, and so she rounded first base. Got all the way to second base and then determined that it was a foul ball. Here's the pitch from Sarah Lehman. As Finnegan squares to bunt, Sarah does a nice job to come out of the circle, get the out at first, but the run will score from third, so Lauren Marcotte will score from third. On the sacrifice bunt, but Marcotte will score from third after she doubled and was moved to third. And so that brings up Caitlin Morrison. Morrison squares to bunt. So it's a ball and a strike on the sophomore third baseman, Caitlin Morrison. Here she'll foul one back behind the backstop. Penn State's coming to the plate, taking some mighty cuts at it. So here's Sarah Lehman back in the circle, getting the pitch count, or the pitch call, that is, from head coach Renee Gillespie. And here's a pitch that is down and away from Morrison, but she fouls it, gets a bat on it, fouls it down the right field line. Three to 1 lead for the Hawks. They scored 2 in that first inning A 2-run double by Denali Lecker. Puts Sarah Lehman in a good position here to control from the circle. Here is the pitch that is upstairs and away, so it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Caitlin Morrison, sophomore third baseman out of South Park, Pennsylvania. Here's the pitch from senior Sarah Lehman. And it's a pitch that's down and in. Nobody on. 2 outs here in the Penn State. Bottom of the third. They did score a run. They have scored 1 run. And trail it 3-1. Here's the pitch from Sarah Lehman. And it's one that Morrison will lift into the infield. And making the catch for the Hawkeyes is Sammy Diaz at third base. And that will end the Penn State bottom of the third, but they do pick up a run and trail the Hawkeyes 3-1 heading into the top of the 4th inning, and Briley Klosterman will lead it off for the Hawks when we return. So we head into the top of the 4th inning. And Briley Klosterman will step to the plate for the Hawkeyes, the freshman phenom out of North Liberty, prepped at Iowa City Liberty High School. And the first pitch to her is down and away, so it's ball 1 and no strikes. Briley sacrificed, laid down a bunt that was picked up by the third baseman and thrown across the diamond for out number 1 in the top of the 2nd inning. It did move the runners that were both stranded by the end of the 2nd inning. Here's one that Briley will lift into the air, and the infield will take care of this one. It is shortstop Lauren Marcotte. So Briley Klosterman flies out to short. And that brings up the top of the order in Nia Carter. Carter singled in her first at-bat. And here's a pitch to her from Lingenfelter that's down and in on her, kind of down at her ankles above the shoe tops on the inside, and Nia couldn't get around on it. Looks as if Penn State has gone to another pitcher as Nia strikes out for out number 2 in the Hawkeyes' top of the 4th inning. Nia, part of that 2-run scoring double hit by Denali Lecker, single, excuse me. And so that brings up Riley Sheehy. Riley looks at her first pitch that's down and away. So it's ball one. Riley also scored in her first at-bat after singling. She walked in her second at-bat, so she's been on base twice here. A .385 hitter coming into this weekend. Here's one that she'll hit to the right side, picked up by the second baseman, Melody Coombs, and on to first for the third out of the Hawkeyes, top of the fourth inning. A very quick 1-2-3 in Iowa's top of the fourth. The Hawks continue to lead 3-1 in game number one of the doubleheader. As we move into the bottom of the fourth inning, it's batters 3, 4, and 5 for Penn State when play resumes. So Sarah Lehman's done a pretty decent job in the circle so far for the Hawks. Has only walked one runner and given up a hit, which was a double to Lauren Marcotte. Marcotte would eventually score after a sacrifice, 2 sacrifices as a matter of fact. So we'll see what she can do here. Lexi Black, the batter. Black is a sophomore first baseman out of Omaha, Nebraska. Up in the count of 1 no strikes. Here is the 1-0 offering that's on that outside corner. Nice pitch by Sarah Lehman. Sarah, again in the 2019 season, had 17 appearances, 10 starts, and she pitched 5 complete games in her first season in a Hawkeye uniform. Here's a pitch that's up and away, so it's 2 balls and a strike. Renee Gillespie, in her third year coaching the Iowa Hawkeyes, an Iowa native, had gone away from Iowa for many years, spent 18 head coaching years at Central Florida, where she established a tremendous program there, winning 625 games and 403 losses. They won 5 conference championships and advanced to 7 NCAA regionals. And she started the Texas A&M softball program 35 years ago in the mid-'80s. Here's a pitch that's lifted by Black to Arilee Bogar at second base, and she catches it for the first out of the bottom of the fourth inning. And that'll bring up Allie Curlin. Curlin, the left-handed pitching, left-handed hitting and left-handed throwing catcher. She walked in her first at-bat, which was in the bottom of the second inning, and she was stuck at second base. Couldn't move her any further. Sarah Lehman up in the count here, now at 0 balls and a strike. Here is the offering from Sarah that bounces in front of Marissa Peak and gets away from her. So it's a ball and a strike on Allie Curlin. Curlin, the junior, not many upperclassmen. on this Penn State softball team, trying to build from the youth. They did hire a new coach, Clarissa Crowell, whom I'll talk about here shortly. She has had to work with those. She was hired last summer, has had to work with those returning players that were already on the squad, and then trying to build around that as freshmen. And she didn't even see them in their first season because of the pandemic. So this is the first that she's seen this team in competition just 2 weeks ago and going 0-6. Curlin a year ago, it was the second leading hitter this year so far. Here's the 3-2 that she lifts out into right field. Actually, it's the infield, and it is Kalena Burns corralling it for the second out of the bottom of the fourth inning. Danny Fry will come to the plate. She sacrificed in her first at-bat, tapping one back to Sarah Lehman. She tried to move the runner ahead of her forward to second base where she was stranded. Danny Fye is a 4-year player for Penn State. Here's the first pitch to her that she swings at and misses. Danny Fye, a 5'6" senior from Bangor, Pennsylvania. Here is the 0-1 from Sarah Lehman. And it's a pitch that Fye will bunt in front of her, but it hits her before she gets out of the batter's box. She probably would have beaten it out had it not touched her kneecap on the way out. Batting .300 coming into this weekend. She started and played in the 4 games of the 6 2 weeks ago. 3 hits and 10 at-bats. No extra base hits. A year ago, Fye started 18 of the 25 games that she played in. Oh, I see that she actually was hit by it out of the batter's box. So that's the third out of the inning. 1-2-3 for Sarah Lehman in Penn State's middle of the order. The Hawks coming to bat in the top of the 5th inning, leading this game by the score of 3-1. It'll be Arely Bogar, Grace Baines, and Kalena Burns when the Hawks return to the plate. So Baines will kick off the top of the 5th inning. I'm sorry, Arely Bogar will. She struck out and popped out in her first 2 at-bats for the 2021 softball season. Arely with quite a career here at the University of Iowa. Boy, she was certainly a freshman phenom when she got here. Matter of fact, if you remember in her stolen bases, she stole 20 bases in 20 attempts, and she had moved that up to 36, I believe, before she was finally thrown out on her attempt to steal second base. But on her career, 50 of 56. Here she rifles one out into right field in between first and second base, and Arely Bogar on first base with her first hit of the 2021 softball season. And that'll bring up Grace Baines. Baines has flown out in each of her first 2 at-bats. And with the Hawkeyes leading 3-1, I wouldn't be surprised if head coach Renee Gillespie will try to move her forward. See if Baines squares the bunt. Here comes the offering. And it is, again, a new pitcher from Penn State. And it is a bunt attempt that the bat is pulled back. And at the same time, Arely takes off for second base. But the throw bounces in front of the second baseman. And Arely is now 1 for 1 in the stolen bases department in her senior season. So Arely Bogar starts with a single, steals second base, and nobody out. Grace Baines is at the plate. The new pitcher is Logan Black, Logan Black is a senior from Omaha, Nebraska. Coming into today's game, she had appeared in 2 games. Here she pitches to Grace Baines on the 1-0. It's now 2 balls and no strikes. She threw 1 complete game, has pitched 5 innings, given up 4 hits, 8 runs. All 8 of them were earned. So definitely a hittable pitcher. And she's facing Grace Baines, freshman from Kansas City, Kansas. Batting a mere 56 on the season with 1 hit and 18 at-bats. Now she's 1 hit in 20 at-bats. She does have the 1 hit. It was a double. That was a 2 RBI double 2 weekends ago. That in the first game against Michigan State, in which the Hawkeyes won that one down in Leesburg. At the 6-1 win for the Hawks. Here is the 2-0. It's right down the middle, so it's 2 balls and 1 strike now on the freshman, Grace Baines. Again, one of those players that head coach Renee Gillespie and her coaching staff have surveyed the country to come up with some of the best players, student athletes. And here's the 3-1 that's become ball 4. So Logan Black will walk the 4th batter of her season. And for Grace, it's the first walk of the season for her. And she now on first base. Arely Bogar, who stole second after singling, is at second base. So the Hawks, with nobody out, bring Kalena Burns to the plate. Kalena struck out and singled in her last at-bat, has already popped a couple of home runs. Hit 5 last year in her freshman year to lead the Hawks in the home run department before the pandemic hit. Very capable of putting the ball out of the park, but also putting it into play. Batting .200 coming into the game, 3 hits and 15 at-bats. She now with 4 hits and 17 at-bats. And a couple of home runs out of those 4 hits. Here is the 1-0 to her that she lifts out into center field. And is pushing the center fielder back to the wall. It gets over her head, bounces on the wall. Arely Bogar is going to come around, as is Grace Baines. What a deal for the Hawks. It was a long fly ball just over the center fielder's head. So both of them, and I'm talking about Arely Bogar and Grace Baines, had to hold their spots. And that once they realized the ball was over the center fielder's head, they were on the move. Arely scored, and Grace was right behind her, coming in to touch the home plate for the score. So it is a 2-run scoring double for Kalena Burns, her first double of the season. And it gives the Hawkeyes now a 5-1 lead over the Penn State Nittany Lions. Good job, Hawks. Breaking the action now as Penn State is conferring to get themselves back together, put some defense together. And after Kalena Burns, it is Denali Lecker, the freshman, 5'10 freshman out of Ogden, hitting .211 on this young season. Lecker tied for first in the conference with doubles coming into today. Has already added to that with a double in her second at-bat. She has a 2 RBI single on her first at-bat and a double, an RBI double in her second at-bat. So very productive here, and she's batting 6th in the lineup today. So that's a pretty powerful mid-lineup. Grace Baines, Kalena Burns, Denali Lecker, Sammy Diaz on deck. Here's the 0-1 to Decker. That's up and in on her. Kalena Burns at second base after clubbing a double that scored both Grace Baines and Arely Bogar to give the Hawks the 5-1 lead. Logan Black in the circle here for Penn State. Here's one that Lecker will lift into right center field. And the right fielder will haul it in for the out. That is Maggie Finnegan, but that will move Kalena Burns to third base and bring up Sammy Diaz. Sammy Diaz has flown out in both of her at-bats here today, playing a solid third base for head coach Renee Gillespie. Here is the first offering to her, and it's one that's up and in. 1 ball and no strikes. Iowa striking in 3 different innings here today. Their first at-bat, getting 2 runs. Their third at-bat in the third inning, getting a run. And here already in their 5th at-bat with 2 runs in, a runner at third in Kalena Burns and 1 out. Here's a pitch that's called strike 1 on Sammy Diaz. 1 ball and 1 strike. Logan Black in the 2020 season just a year ago made 8 appearances, 2 starts, through 13 innings. This year, Black has thrown just 5 innings, but gave up 8 runs. 8 of them were earned. So the Hawks know that she's touchable. They can see that ball coming out of her hands and putting the bat on the pitch. So I'm assuming through this weekend we'll also see Allison Ducey once, if not twice. Lauren Shaw, Sarah Lehman, Coach Renee Gillespie trying to build that pitching staff. Having Sarah Lehman start this one here today. Here's a pitch by Logan Black that is swung on and missed by Sammy Diaz. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. On the freshman, Sammy Diaz out of Cypress, California. Batting .273. Coming in today with 3 hits and 11 at-bats. Here's the 2-2 to her. That is a breaking pitch that is outside. So it's a full count on the 5'5" freshman. Had a couple of hits in the Michigan State game, the win for the Hawks. Her only other hit came against Ohio State in game number 2. Here is the full count pitch that she gets the head on the bat on and bounds it over to short. She gets on at first base. So that scores Kalena Burns from third to make it a 6-1 game. And it brings up Marissa Peak. Peak is 1 for 2 on the day. She singled back in the bottom of the second inning in her first at-bat and struck out in her next at-bat. Is up in the count here at 1 ball and no strikes. Here is the 1-0 pitch from Black, a pitch that Peak will get the bat on, too short, and across the diamond for out number 3. So the Hawkeyes do put up a couple runs, get 3 of them in the top of the 5th inning. They're cushion runs, and they lead Penn State going into the bottom of the 5th inning by the score of 5-1. So we move into the bottom of the 5th inning, and Penn State trailing by the score of 5-1. And they will send to the plate, I believe, a pinch hitter for KT Rex. And that is Claire Swedberg. And she looks at a ball. Now she bunts one back to Sarah Lehman in the circle. Can't be handled, and so Penn State will have their first runner on a bunt single by Claire Sweetberg. Pinch hitting for KT Rex. It'll bring up Lilia Crothamel. Crothamel, the junior left fielder, struck out in her first at-bat. The good thing is Sarah's done here today, and she's got some good defense behind her, is not allowed many batters in any one inning. And leading this game 5-1. Swedberg, a junior from Lake Villa, Illinois. On at first with a bunt single. Swedberg, a 143 hitter coming in. And here's the pitch from Sarah Lehman. That is outside to Lily Crothamel. Crothamel leading the team in batting, coming in at .313. Again, she has struck out in her only at bat today, so she's 5 out of 17 at the plate on this very young season. Here comes the 1-1 to Crothamel. It's down and away, so it's 2 balls and a strike. A year ago, Crothamel was a 190 hitter, played in 13 games, started 8 of them, 4 hits in 21 at-bats. Those 4 hits were all doubles. So she's capable of the long ball extra base hit. Here's a pitch that's outside, so it's 3 balls and 1 strike. From Sarah Lehman, the senior out of Iowa City, prepping at Regina High School. Here's a pitch that is up and away, so it's ball 4. And for Sarah, that is the second walk that she's issued today. It does move Claire Swedberg to second base. So with nobody out in Penn State's bottom of the 5th inning, they've got a threat going here with runners on first and second. Iowa leading this game 5-1. Just need to take them 1 out at a time. This is the first game of a doubleheader between the Nittany Lions and the Iowa Hawkeyes from Leesburg, Florida. Good thing that Florida has been so accommodating to all the Big Ten teams as they all are playing there this weekend. Huge complex in Florida. It's the Sleepy Hollow Sports Complex in Leesburg, which is just outside of Orlando. Hey, we've got a lot of other sports to talk about here at the University of Iowa. Let me tell you a little bit about it. Women's basketball tonight, after defeating Purdue last night, 83-72, the Iowa Hawkeyes now will face the number 3 seeded Rutgers Scarlet Knights at approximately 8 o'clock tonight. It's the 4th game of 4 today. Nebraska and Maryland kick it off at 10, followed by Northwestern and Michigan, assuming at 1. Michigan State and Indiana somewhere around 5:30. In Iowa's game against Rutgers tonight at about approximately 8 o'clock. Rob Brooks and Jamie Cavey Lang will have that broadcast for you tonight from Indianapolis. Nobody gone in Penn State's bottom of the 5th inning. That bring up Lauren Marcotte. No, it's not Mark. Yeah, it is. I'm sorry. Marcotte doubled in her last at-bat and scored. So very capable of putting the ball in play is Marcotte. As she comes into the weekend just batting 83 percentage points. She has started and played all 6 games with her 1 hit and 12 at-bats. She's now 2 hits in 13 at-bats. Here's one that she hits over to Grace Baines at short and just getting her at the tape, right at the base. Baines had to go to her left on a short hopper that she was able to pick up and throw immediately, and they just get Marcotte before she crosses first base. 1 gone, and it does move the runners up to second and third base. Brings up the number 9 hitter in Melody Coombs. Coombs grounded out to Baines in her first at-bat. See what the Hawkeyes can do here. They can afford to give up a run or two if necessary, but if they can get this get this second out right here without giving up a run, great team play by the Hawks if that is to happen. So it's no balls and a strike on Melody Coombs, the number 9 hitter for Penn State. Here comes the pitch. Nice off-speed pitch by Sarah Lehman. And it's now no balls and 2 strikes on the freshman, Melanie Coombs. Again, 1 hit and 8 at-bats. 1 hit at 9. Here's a pitch that she swings at and misses and strikes her out. Good piece of pitching there by Sarah Lehman. Picks up her 4th strikeout of the afternoon. And it brings up the top of the order in Maggie Finnegan. Maggie is 0 for 1 with a sacrifice. Here's the first pitch from Sarah Lehman. Finnegan batting. Actually, she has 10 at-bats and no hits, so she doesn't have any stats, no batting percentage. Coming into the game, she started 2 of the 4 games that she has played. So much like University of Iowa and head coach Renee Gillespie, as Finnegan will foul back this pitch. Playing a lot of different players and young players, trying to get them acclimated, number 1, to Division I softball, number 2, to Penn State or University of Iowa softball, and number 3, to forget that you're just a freshman and come in and play, putting them in various positions, batting them in various spots in the batting order, but giving them some time on the field to produce. Here's the 0-2 from Sarah Lehman to Finnegan, a pitch that's inside. Sarah trying to place that pitch that maybe Finnegan would chase, and she doesn't. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2 to Finnegan, one that she lifts out into the outfield. And it will drift over to Riley Sheehy. She'll make the catch, and that, friends, will end the Penn State bottom of the 5th inning. They put 2 runners on, move them to both second and third, and strand them there. So 3 runners have been left on base for Penn State in this game. They've scored 1. They trail at 5-1 heading into the top of the 6th inning. And the Hawkeyes will send to the plate Briley Klosterman, Nia Carter, and Riley Sheehy when play resumes. Hey, the men's basketball team at the University of Iowa earned themselves a 2-day game off schedule, as they won't play until tomorrow night in the quarterfinals. They await the winner of Penn State and Wisconsin. The Hawks, the number 3 seed in the bottom bracket, will be playing either Penn State or Wisconsin, and that again is the late game, the last game at approximately 8 o'clock. It all depends on how the previous games go. The first game tomorrow will be Michigan and either Michigan State and Maryland. Purdue, well, let's go back to today. Minnesota plays Ohio State today. Minnesota beat Northwestern last night 51-46. Indiana and Rutgers will play this evening at about 5:30. And then tonight the last game is Penn State and Wisconsin. Penn State knocked off Nebraska 72-66. So the Hawks come to the plate, leading this game 5-1. Riley Klosterman at the plate for the Iowa Hawkeyes. With a 1-0 count on her. Here is the pitch to her that she takes a good whack at on a line drive. And she hits it out in the left field, and Briley Klosterman has her 3rd hit of her Iowa Hawkeye career with a single out to left field off of Logan Black. And it's the first hit of the day for Briley. Puts her on first base, and it brings to the top of the order Nia Carter. Now, Carter started off her career a year ago in a tremendous fashion, batting .509, 28 hits and 55 at bats. Now coming in today's game, she's still batting at .500 with 10 hits and 20 at bats. Here she lays a bunt down to the shortstop, and she's going to beat it out. Great bunt between Logan Black, the pitcher, and the shortstop, Lauren Marcotte, and the speedy Nia Carter will beat it out. That'll move Briley Klosterman to second base. So the Hawks in great scoring position here with runners at first and second, and it brings up Riley Sheehy. Happened so fast I didn't give you a chance to listen to any of the research stats that I had picked up on Nia Carter. Here's a bunt attempt by Sheehy that is bunted foul. Sheehy, this year batting .385 and 5 hits and 13 at bats, is 1 for 2 today. She singled and scored in her first at bat, part of that 2-run scoring single hit by Denali Lecker. She walked in her second at bat, was stranded at first base, and she bounded out to second base in her third at bat. But capable of putting that ball into play. She's down in the count here at 0-1 Here's the pitch to her that is up and in on her. She squared the bunt and pulls the bat back. Nia Carter now has a 4-game hitting streak going with the last hit that she has. She already has 4 multiple hit games this season alone. Here's a pitch that Sheehy will pop to the infield, and the shortstop will take care of it. Infield fly rule, and that brings up the first out of the Hawkeye top of the 6th inning. Arilee Bogar now will come to the plate. Arilee singled in her last at-bat, stole second, and scored on the double by Kalena Burns. Arilee would strike out and fly out in her first 2 at-bats. She has teammates at first and second. Now she lays down a bunt back to Black in the circle. They will get Arilee Bogar at first base, but it does move the runners to second and third. Nia Carter now at second. Briley Klosterman at third, as Arilee Bogar will sacrifice them ahead and pick up the second out. It brings up Grace Baines for the Hawks. Baines in her freshman year out of Kansas City, Kansas. She walked in her last at-bat and scored. Here's one that is hit out to the outfield, a short center field fly out for Grace Baines on the first pitch. Well, the Hawkeyes mount a threat here in the top of the 6th inning, getting runners to second and third, but can't move them ahead and still maintain a 5-1 lead as we head into the bottom of the 6th inning. It'll be batters 2, 3, and 4 for Penn State when play resumes. Lots of really other good things happen here at the University of Iowa in the world of sports. How about the wrestling team? The wrestling team were the Big Ten champions this year, scoring 159.5 points. Penn State was a distant second at 124. Tom Brands was named the coach of the year for the 5th time in his career as a University of Iowa wrestling coach. The Hawks will send 10 to the Nationals in St. Louis next weekend, March 19th through the 21st. 4 number 1 seeds: Spencer Lee at 125, Jaden Ironman at 141, Alex Marinelli at 165, and Michael Kemmerer at 174. Austin DeSanto is the number 4 seed. Caleb Young will be the number 5 seed at 157. Max Murin will be the number 12 seed at 149. Caleb Young at 157 is the number 5 seed. Jacob Werner at 197, the number 5 seed. 285 is Tony Cassiope, number 5, and a 4th place finisher at the Big Ten's Nelson Brands also will be a number 20, will be a number 12 seed at the NCAA's. Good luck to Tom Brands and that wrestling program as they try to pick up yet another national title. Penn State comes to the plate. Caitlin Morrison is the batter, trailing 5-1. Down to their last couple at-bats. Got to make something happen here, and Morrison will foul one down the first base line, so it's a ball and a strike. Caitlin Morrison, a sophomore from South Park, Pennsylvania, on this season. Caitlin, a .250 hitter, 3 hits and 12 at-bats coming into the game. She's just 0 for 1 today. All 3 were singles, and here's a pitch that's upstairs, so it's 2 balls and 1 strike. On the second-year player, Caitlin Morrison, third baseman, batting second in the lineup for Penn State. Sarah Lehman doing a nice job in the circle. Batters have given her a lead. She's pitching her way through it. Here's the hit out to right field, and Nia Carter will haul it in for out number 1 for the Hawks in defense in this bottom of the 6th inning. One gone, Lexi Black at the plate for Penn State, 0 for 1 herself. Here's the 0-1 from Sarah Lehman to Lexi Black, sophomore first baseman. And the pitch that she lifts down the first base, third base line. Can Arrowlee get to it? Neither can Nia. Just out of both of their reach. So Lexi Black will survive another pitch. Here, down in the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Black on the season, a .222 hitter. 2 hits and 9 at-bats. She does have 1 double as the long ball hit. So she strikes out. Nice pitch by Sarah Lehman. Sarah now up to 5 strikeouts in the game. And it brings up the left-handed hitting Allie Kurland. Now Penn State's coach has come out of the dugout, gives us a chance to talk about their new head coach. Clarissa Crowell, hired as the 8th head coach in program history back on the 3rd of August in 2020. She left Miami of Ohio as the winningest coach in program history at 209, 182 winning percentage. And a pinch hitter coming in now. It looks like it's Lexi Black, if I can read the numbers correctly. Lexi and Logan, sisters from Omaha, Nebraska. Logan pitching here. It might even be Michelle Leon. We'll get it for you here momentarily. Here's the pitch from Sarah Lehman. One ball and 1 strike to a pinch hitter. It actually is Kennedy Legg. Here's the pitch. Off-speed pitch that's just inside it. Legg won't chase. Batting for Allie Kurland. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning, Kennedy Legg is a redshirt senior who on the season batting .167. She has started 4 of the 5 games played. This is her 6th game. She's got a couple of hits in 12 at-bats, one of them a triple, so capable of hitting the long ball. Last year was second on the team in the shortened season in batting at .299. Here's a pitch that's down and away. Started and played all 26 games, had 20 hits and 67 at-bats, 4 doubles and a home run a year ago. So Kennedy Legg, capable of putting the ball in play. Here is the 3-2 that she laces down the left field line. A line drive that is caught, and that ends Penn State's bottom of the 6th inning on the line drive catch by Sammy Diaz. The Hawks put him down in order. when the Hawks come to bat, it'll be Kalena Burns, Denali Lecker, and Sammy Diaz coming to the plate for the Hawks. And if anybody gets on, Marissa Peak will follow. Iowa leads at 5-1 heading into the top of the 7th inning. Well, the Hawkeye track and field team, men and women, did very well. The Hawkeyes men won the Big Tens this year. Joey Woody as the coach of the year in the Big Ten. They sent some athletes on to the NCAA track and field meet. Now, to qualify, you must be in the top 16 in your event. The national indoor meet will be at Fayetteville, Arkansas. The Hawkeyes place Peyton Hawk and Austin West in the heptathlon, and Peyton Hawk has the number 5 point total in the country, set a school record in the Big Tens with 5,749. Jamal Britt will be in the 60 hurdles. He has the second fastest time in the nation, and the semis will be run tomorrow afternoon at 2:15. Wayne Lawrence Jr. in the 400 set a school record 45.4. His race will be also semis tomorrow at 2:25. And Mallory King, she'll run the 800 tomorrow night at 6:40. Congratulations to the men and women's track and field team for the University of Iowa head coach Joey Woody. So the Hawks at the plate, leading this game 5-1. It's Kalena Burns. Kalena doubled in her last at bat. Was pitch run for by Schulte. Here's a pitch that's down and away, so it's a ball and a strike. Schulte was gunned down at the plate on a fielder's choice on a hit by Sammy Diaz. That became the second out of the inning the last time the Hawks batted. Could have put them up 6-1, but they're up 5-1, and they'll take that lead right now. Logan Black continues to be in the mound, the circle for Penn State. Here's one that is lifted to the just very long infield, hauled in by the second baseman, Allie Kurland. It's Melody Coombs, and that's out number 1 for the Hawks here in the top of the 6th inning. Kalena Burns 2 for 3 on the day, so she as well. She's just starting a new hitting streak. Bases reached base streak. After last year, I think Burns was on an 11-game. After last year, she finished last year on a 9-game hitting streak and carried that over into the first 2 games of this year. And then it ended. So she got up to an 11-game hitting streak. Here's Denali Lecker. Lecker gets one into the outfield, gets around first base, and then they've got her in a rundown between first and second, and she's going to get tagged out before she gets to second base. Well, she did a nice job to hit that ball between short and third, but is run down and tagged out by the first baseman for out number 2 here in the Hawkeyes' top of the 7th inning. For Denali, that was her 3rd hit of the day. She had a 2 RBI single in the first at bat. She hit an RBI double in her second at bat, flew out to the right fielder, and now was just tagged out by the first baseman in a rundown after hitting a single. It brings up Sammy Diaz, the third baseman for the Hawks. Here she takes a swat at the first pitch and hits it down the right field line, and making a diving effort out there for Penn State is Maggie Finnegan. She can't come up with the catch for the out. So Sammy Diaz will look at another pitch in this at-bat. Iowa leads at 5-1. Have played very well here today. We're in the top of the 7th inning, the 2-4 Hawkeyes and the 0-6 Penn State Nittany Lions. And again, Penn State played everybody tough in their first 6 games 2 weekends ago, but just couldn't come up with any wins. So don't let the 0-6 record fool you. Here's one that is lifted out into left field, and making the catch for the Hawks to end Penn State's bottom of the 6th inning. 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 Uh, excuse me, that was Sammy Diaz popping up to left field. Ends the Hawkeyes top of the seventh. Heading into the bottom of the seventh inning, Danny Fay, the number 5 hitter. Number 6 and number 7 hitters for Penn State coming up. Iowa leads at 5-1. Hope you're having a marvelous Thursday wherever you're at here today, listening to Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the website here, Big Ten Plus.com, Big Ten Network Plus.com, BTN Plus.com. Beautiful day from Orlando. Temperature started at 73 degrees. And it's now 75 degrees, but still very pleasant. In Orlando, as you can imagine, at 75 degrees. Here's the first pitch from Sarah Lehman. It looks like it's Kennedy Legg. No, it's Danny Fay for Penn State. Matter of fact, it's a pinch hitter for Danny Fay. It is Michelle Leone. Pinch hitting for Danny Fay. And she's down on the count to Sarah Lehman at no balls and 2 strikes. Could be the last at bat for Penn State. They've got to score 4 to tie, move it to extra innings, and 5 runs to win. They've really been unable to do anything against Sarah here today. Sarah has only allowed 4 base runners, including 1 that scored. So Iowa doing a nice job with Sarah Lehman in the circle and defense. Here's a pitch that gets up and away from Marissa Peak, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. On Michelle Leone. She is a sophomore from Ponte Vedra, Florida, so she kind of at home, if you will. Leone, a 200 hitter coming into the game. This is her 5th appearance. She has started 3 games, 2 hits and 10 at-bats. One of her 2 hits, a double, and it was an RBI double. So Iowa leads at 5-1. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. Here's Leone with one right down the first base line. That goes foul. Couldn't have hugged the line any closer than it did and be foul without being fair. So she'll come back. She hit it right to Kalena Burns, who stepped on the bag. And it's 1 gone in Penn State's bottom of the 1st inning. That'll bring up Claire Sweetberg. Claire singled in her last at-bat and was stranded at 3rd when Penn State had runners at 2nd and 3rd. Hawks were able to get out of that inning. No balls in 1 strike to Claire Sweetberg. Here's a pitch that's down and away. So it's 1-1. Claire Sweetberg, a 5'6" junior from Lake Villa, Illinois. That's a 2-ball and no count strike to Sweetberg. Here's the 2-0 pitch that she slaps into short center field, and she is out. Nice play out in the outfield by Bridie Klosterman. And that's out number 2 for Penn State here in the bottom of the 7th inning. It looks like Penn State going to put in another pinch hitter. And this one is Catherine Rex. Catherine Rex going to pinch hit for Lilia Crothamel. And we'll give you the lowdown on, it's not Catherine Rex, I'm sorry, it's Liana Jones. Liana Jones will pinch hit in the bottom of the 7th inning, and she looks at a pitch that's strike one. Jones, a 125 hitter, 1 hit and 8 at bats on this season. She's started 2 games of the 4 that she's played, and just a freshman out of Langhorne, Pennsylvania. Here's a strike 2 pitch. Nice spot by Sarah Lehman, inside corner right at the knees. No balls and 2 strikes. Down to the last strike for Pennsylvania, for Penn State, Pennsylvania State, if you will. Here in the bottom of the 7th inning, here's the 0-2 that's up and away, and Jones will not chase it. Game 2 will start approximately half hour after the end of this one, somewhere around 11:30. Sarah Lehman ahead on the count here at a ball and 2 strikes. And the senior delivers. Here's a pitch that is popped to second baseman Arilee Bogar. And, folks, that's going to end this softball game. Iowa shuts down Penn State the entire game, yielding only 1 run, and that back in the 3rd inning. Iowa scores 2 in the 1st, 1 in the 3rd, and 2 more in the 5th inning to take this first game of a doubleheader by the score of 5-1. We'll have the details for you soon, and we'll get ready for game number 2, which is scheduled for 11:30. Could be a little bit sooner because this game has ended at about 10:50 right now, so we're 40 minutes ahead of schedule, 10 minutes ahead of schedule, if you will. And we'll let you know what time the second game of this doubleheader begins. Iowa doing a nice job of kicking off this trip to Florida for Big Ten softball with a 5-1 win over Penn State to push their record to 3-4. I'll be with you here throughout until we get the details of the start time of the next game. We'll get the starting lineups to you, and we'll get things rolling. Iowa 5, Penn State 1 in game 1 of the doubleheader. So we're about to start game number 2 here shortly. Hawkeyes won the first game 5-1 on a nice, masterful job in the circle by Sarah Lehman, and she did get some help from defense, and the bats came alive here a little bit today. Sarah did pitch 7 innings. She gave up a run, and it was an earned run. She only walked 1 batter, and she struck out 5 or 6 Penn State batters. Let's see if I can't get this right here. She struck out 5, but she did a nice job in the circle keeping those Penn State batters off balance quite a bit throughout the entire game. Again, we're getting ready for game number 2. That is to start at any time that we're speaking. Iowa was the visiting team in the first game, so they'll be the home team in in this matchup today. Lauren Shaw will be on the circle for the Hawks. Already she's thrown 8 2/3 innings on the season, giving up but 9 hits. 7 of them were against Ohio State in the second game of the doubleheader against Ohio State. Two weeks ago. And that was a game that the Hawkeyes won 4-3 on the walk-off 2-run single by Nia Carter. So Lauren, coming into this game, really has developed herself nicely. She missed the season 2 years ago in 2019 due to injury and other things going on. And last year she had an 8-2 record, actually 9-2 record out of last year, as she and senior Allison Ducey had combined for 163 strikeouts in 141 innings. Shaw was 4th in the league in ERA at 1.71, and she did a nice job. She was, I think, one of 4 pitchers in the conference with 9 wins last year, 9-2 last year before the season was shortened. She had 7 complete games in 12 appearances. She had 10 starts, 66 innings, so really doing a nice job. And we're getting ready here for game number 2 as Penn State and University of Iowa square off from Leesburg, Florida. Iowa now at 3-4 on the season. And if they can win this game, it'll get them back to 500 and going into ahead of steam into the third game of this series with Penn State tomorrow. And we're underway. Maggie Finnegan at the plate for Penn State, and she is promptly thrown out by Grace Baines playing shortstop today, at least in these first 2 games. Maggie Finnegan, the sophomore right fielder, grounds out to Grace Baines, and that'll bring up Claire Swedberg. Swedberg pinch hit in the last game for Penn State. She came in the bottom of the 5th inning, and she promptly delivered a single. Then she would fly out to center field in her second at-bat out there to Briley Klosterman. Claire Swedberg, 3-year player, was at 143 coming into the game. Here's a pitch that's called strike 1 against Lauren Shaw. Swedberg 1 hit and 7 at-bats coming into the weekend. She's 1 for 2 today. Here she is starting, and she tries to slap bunt one. Now, did they say that she got the bat? I don't think she did. I think she went through, so I believe it's going to be called strike 2 on her. She went down to get a pitch that was at her shoe tops, but she didn't pull the bat back. So here's Lauren Shaw, the left-hander, from LaGrange, Ohio, just outside of Cleveland. Doing her collegiate softball at the University of Iowa. A year ago, again, 9-2 and a 1.71 ERA. That's a superb ERA. trying to get it below 1 is very difficult through a 7-inning game and pitching 125 innings, if you will, to be that consistent. Because from team to team that you face, each team has much more competitive value to you. And so Lauren had done a nice job in the pre-conference season until the season got canceled by COVID. So Lauren's still ahead in the count on Claire Swedberg. We're just in the top of the first inning, game number 2 of the doubleheader between Penn State and the University of Iowa. From Leesburg, Florida, Penn State in their previous games 2 weeks ago lost the doubleheader to Wisconsin 4-0 and 4-2. Here is the 2-2 pitch that's called strike 3 out on that outside corner. Lauren really sharp with that left-handed pitch hitting those corners. So 2 gone in the Penn State top of the first inning. Penn State's second doubleheader 2 weeks ago was a doubleheader loss to Purdue 6-5 and 3-0. Purdue will be an opponent of the Hawkeyes in a couple of weeks at West Lafayette, Indiana. And then the Penn State Nittany Lions lost a doubleheader to a good Northwestern softball team 8-3 and 5-1. As Michelle Leone is getting the start here in this game. She also pinch hit in the last game. Michelle has started 4 of the 6 games that she's played in. Here is the 0-1 that she lifts down the right field line. And will it get out of play? No, Nia Carter is able to get to it down the right field line at the fence. So that will end the Penn State Nittany Lion top of the first very quickly. 1-2-3. They're scoreless, and the Hawks will be coming to bat in the bottom of the first inning. Nia Carter will lead off, followed by Riley Sheehy and Aralee Bogar. It's exactly the same lineup that the Hawks had in their first game. So the Hawks mow them down defensively anyway in that first at-bat for Penn State. Lauren Shaw doing a nice job in the circle with just a few pitches. Ground balls. It went down in order 1-2-3. Nia Carter will start it off for Iowa here in the bottom of the first inning. Nia was 2 for 4 in game number 1 in the 5-1 victory for the Hawks, and Nia has continued her hitting streak, game hitting streak up to 4 now, which includes her reached base streaks at 4 games. And her multiple hit games of 2 is now up to 4. So she has a total of 5 multi-hit games. She only has 1 3-hit game that she was able to get last year. She's up in the count here at 1 ball and no strikes. Here's a pitch that she check swing foul into the backstop for Nia. She actually has a 3-hit game this year. She did that in game number 2 of the Ohio State 2-game series in the win, and one of those was the walk-off RBI single. Here's a check swing strike. I'm sure they're going to call her up, ring her up on that one. So it's a ball and 2 strikes now on Nia Carter. Now, Penn State has its ace in the circle, and we'll talk about her in a moment. Bailey Parshall. We'll get through this at bat. 1-2, 1-2 the count, and a pitch that's outside. Last year, in the shortened season, Nia Carter had 3 3-hit games. Boston College, at Kansas City, and against Ohio. Evens the count here now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Scoreless, we're in the bottom of the first. Nia, the first batter for the Hawks. Here's one that's lifted fouling out of play. Let's talk about Bailey Parshall. She had a 7-6 record a year ago. She had a 2.51 ERA, struck out 129 batters in just 89 innings of work. She had 8 complete games. 3 of them were shutouts. She had 4 double-digit strikeout efforts. Here is the 2-2 to Nia Carter that she reaches out and fouls down the left field line. Again, Parshall had 4 double-digit strikeout efforts last year, including a season-high 14, which is 1 short of her career best and program record. Last year, she ranked first in the conference and 15th in the country with a 7 strikeout to walk ratio, 3rd in the conference and 8th in the nation, 129 total strikeouts. So she certainly is Penn State's ace in the circle. Here's Nia Carter, grounding one to shortstop, and Nia Carter is thrown out in her first at bat. That'll bring up Riley Sheehy. Riley Sheehy batting second, playing left field for the Hawks coming into the weekend. 385 hitter in game number 1. She led off with a single in the first and scored, walked in her second at-bat, stranded at first, and then flew out and grounded out in her third and fourth at-bats. Looks at strike 1 in this offering from Parshall. Sheely, though, having quite a season this year. Again at 385. 5 hits coming in to 13 at-bats. 2 RBIs. A year ago, she batted 385. Here is the 0-1 to her. 375 in 13 games started in the outfield. At one point last year, she had a 6-game hitting streak. Those were 6 of the last 7 games played prior to the pandemic, closing down the season. Here's a shot that hits the backstop on the left-handed hitting Riley Sheehy out of Newtown, Pennsylvania. Game number 2 of the doubleheader. Iowa wins game 1, 5-1. Sarah Lehman picks up the win for the Hawks in that game number 1. Here's the 1-2 to Sheehy, a pitch that she'll foul back into the backstop. Hanging tough in there is Sheehy in this at-bat, facing the ace, left-handed pitching Bailey Parshall. Parshall, a junior out of Bell Vernon, Pennsylvania. Here comes the 1-2 to Riley Sheehy, a pitch that's outside, and she will not chase it out there. Against the Michigan Wolverines a couple weeks ago, she did have 1 hit. It was a 2 RBI hit in that second game in which the Hawks trailed 6-1 going into the bottom of the 7th inning, scored 4 times, and then didn't complete the game and lost to 6-5. Here's a ground out to second base. And so 2 batters, 2 ground outs, and there are 2 gone in Iowa's bottom of the first inning. Arely Bogar steps to the plate, getting her first action of the 2021 season. She did not make the trip 2 weeks ago, but she's had quite a career for the Iowa Hawkeyes. She batted .264 a year ago. Here's a pitch that's called strike 1. She was .253 a year ago, 19 hits and 75 at-bats, 7 doubles and a walk. Here's a pitch that she'll ground foul. She did strike out 10 times last year, but she's so effective left-hander. She can slap, she can hit for power. I remember a couple of years ago when she hit her first career home run as an Iowa Hawkeye against Green Bay. You know, she's so focused on hitting the ball in the outfield and running as fast and as far as she can. By the time she got to second base, people were trying to get her to slow down because she had hit the ball out of the park. And then when she had realized that she hit the ball out of the park, she started hopping and turning in circles, running through the bases. It was quite the emotion that she showed. But it was her first home run of her career. And it was good for her. Here she's down on the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. She'll swing and miss. And the Hawks are down in order here in the bottom of the first inning. 1-2-3, first strikeout of the day for Bailey Parshall. Penn State comes to bat, they'll have batters 4, 5, and 6 when play resumes. So the Iowa Hawkeye baseball team in action this weekend, today or tomorrow through Sunday in Minneapolis. They'll be hosting Ohio State on Friday and Sunday, or playing Ohio State Friday and Sunday, and playing Nebraska on Saturday and Monday. Iowa 1-3, playing 4 games against Michigan a weekend ago, going 1-3 against them. So that's Iowa baseball. Rick Heller looking for another decent season for that Iowa Hawkeye baseball team. Get your chance to get yourself out there to the stadium, Dwayne Banks Field, and have a chance to watch some very good Division I college baseball. That won't be for a couple of weeks yet. Again, the Hawks are in Minneapolis this weekend. Lauren Shaw back into the circle, and her first pitch is called strike one in that inside corner. She is facing Lexi Black, and Black in the first game. Here's the 0-1 to her. Here's a pitch that she'll lift to the infield. And coming in on it is Kalena Burns, and she'll make the catch. Lexi Black was 0 for 3 in the first game. Here she pops out to Kalena Burns, and so 1 gone in Penn State's top of the second inning. That'll bring up Danny Fay. Fay, a senior, who in game number 1 was 0 for 1 with a sacrifice. Here's the first pitch to her from Lauren Shaw, and she'll let it go because it's down low. So she's ahead in the count at 1 ball and no strikes coming into the weekend. Danny Fay, batting .300. Here's the 1-0 from Shaw, a pitch that's upstairs. She had started 4 games of 4 that she played. She didn't play in all 6 of them 2 weekends ago. 3 hits and 10 at bats, scored a run. No extra base hits, but has been around Penn State softball now for her 4th year. She fouls one back into the backstop. 3 balls and 1 strike. Fay, in the 2020 last year, in the shortened season, started 18 of the 25 games with 9 hits and 42 at-bats. Had a couple of doubles and a triple. Here is the 3-1, a pitch that she'll foul back into the backstop, and that will make the count full. Yeah, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Fay in the 2019 season, we'll get to that here shortly. Here's the 3-2, that's upstairs. That must be a full count now. She batted .209, started 51 of the 54 games played, had 23 hits and 102 at-bats. 6 doubles and 3 home runs were her extra base hits, so she can put the ball in play and hit it for distance. Here is the full count pitch to her that she lifts, foul and out of play. Update you now on the men's Big Ten basketball tournament. Maryland leading Michigan 34-30. That game has just started the second half. Now the women's side, Nebraska was leading top-seeded Maryland 71-67. That was early in the fourth quarter. Here's a 3-2 pitch that Fay again will knock into the backstop. See if I can't get an updated score on that Maryland game. It might even be over. Congratulations to the Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball team, defeating Purdue last night 83-72. How about 36 points from Monica Sinano? Hawks will play tonight at approximately 8 o'clock against third-seeded Rutgers. Here's another foul that's back. So 3 balls and 2 strikes on Danny Fay. Here is the 3-2 that she lifts down the right field line. And I believe out there it's Nia Carter. It's actually fouled, and now Nia Carter catches it out in right field. So that's a fly out to right field and 2 gone in Penn State's top of the second inning. We're scoreless. We're in the top of the second as game number 2 of a doubleheader between Iowa and Penn State. Here's the first pitch to KT Rex. Rex back in the first game. The sophomore designated hitter was 1 for 2, actually 0 for 1. She was pinch hit for in that 5th inning. Here she hits one out to right field. And a nice play by Nia Carter coming in strong from right field, got it on a hop, and was able to get it to Kalena Burns before KT Rex could get to first base. A quick 1.5 innings we've gone through, and it's the Hawks and the Penn State Nittany Lions scoreless at 0s. And coming up for the Hawks will be the number 4 hitter Grace Baines, followed by Kalena Burns and Denali Lecker. So Maryland women have come back to defeat Nebraska 83-73 in a quarterfinal of the Big Ten women's basketball tournament. Nebraska was ahead 71-67 with about 8 minutes to go and scored but 2 points in the last 8 minutes, whereas Maryland would go on to score 16 and win the game by 10. Up next in the women's tournament will be Northwestern and Michigan at approximately 12:20. That'll be followed by Michigan State, Indiana at 5:30, so there'll be time to get that game started accurately. And Iowa Rutgers is presumed to start at 7:30. It'll be 30 minutes after the end of Michigan State and Indiana. Iowa Rutgers tonight, women's basketball. From the Big Ten basketball tournament, Rob Brooks and Jamie Cavey Lang will have that broadcast for you tonight. The Iowa men's basketball team waits for tonight's winner between Wisconsin and Penn State to figure out who they will play tomorrow in the 4th quarterfinal of the men's basketball tournament. So that brings up Grace Baines for the Hawks. Grace, in game number 1, was 0 for 3 with a walk. She scored after she walked. That was on the double by Kalena Burns. Bailey Partial in the circle for Penn State, the left-hander. Here's a pitch that's down and away, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Grace Baines, freshman out of Kansas City, Kansas. Just a 56 hitter coming into the game. Her 1 hit was a 2 RBI hit, and that was in the game 1 of the Michigan State split 2 weeks ago. Here's one that she rifles right up the middle, goes off to the glove of Bailey Partial, and the second baseman did a nice job of getting over to get that ricochet. Emily Maddock was able to get over, pick it up, and throw out Grace Baines before she could get to first base. 1 gone in Iowa's top of the bottom of the second inning. That'll bring up Kalena Burns. Burns, 5'10", first baseman from Corona, California. Looks at a pitch that is down and in on her. Got to be careful with her. She's got some power. Had a couple of home runs in the weekend, 2 weekends ago. One against Ohio State that gave the Hawks a short-lived lead. And then she hit a towering shot against Michigan State, a 2-run home run in game number 1, in which the Hawks won 6-1 2 weeks ago. Batting .200 in game number 1 today. She singled and doubled, struck out and flew out. So a multi-hit game for her. So she's starting a new streak of multi-hit games. Here's one that she takes a swing at, power against power, and Partial will win that battle. And she's up in the count on Kalena Burns. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here comes the 1-2 pitch from Bailey Partial to Kalena Burns. Swings at a high pitch and can't catch up with it. And so it's the second strikeout of the game for Bailey Partial and for Kalena Burns. It is her 6th strikeout of the season. That'll bring up Denali Lecker, freshman from Ogden, the designated player. Last game and this game. Here's a pitch, an off-speed pitch that she swings at and misses. Denali had a really good first game. She had a 2 RBI single in her first at-bat, had an RBI double in her second at-bat, then she flew out and grounded out 2 for 4 in that first game. And she's down in the count here at no balls and a strike. Another pitch that's just down below the knee, but right down the middle that she cannot catch up with. Denali also up to a 4-game hitting streak at this point. So her reach base streak is also at 4. And multi-hit RBIs, she's now up to 2. There is a swing and a miss and a strikeout. And so 2 of the 3 outs here in the Hawkeyes' bottom of the second. Virtue of strikeouts for Bailey Partial. We'll head into the top of the 3rd inning. We're scoreless. Penn State will send batters 7, 8, and 9 to the plate. So Penn State and Iowa scoreless here in the second game of the doubleheader. Iowa wins game 1 5-1. Good pitching performance by Sarah Lehman, going 7 innings, completing the game, yielded 3 hits. And Lauren Shaw in the circle for the Hawks delivers a pitch that's fouled on the right field line by Lilia Crothelmel. And Crothelmel down on the count at no balls and a strike in game number 1. Lilia Crothelmel struck out and walked. Here is the 0-1-2. She squares to bunt and bunts it foul. So it's no balls and 2 strikes. In game number 1, Crothelmel was struck out and she walked, and then she was pinch hit for in the bottom of the 7th inning. So she was 0 for 1 and a walk. Here she is in her first at-bat in game number 2. Here's the 0-2 from Lauren Shaw. See what kind of masterful pitch she puts on this, and one that slices away, maybe thinking that Crothelmel would chase it, but she does not. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Crothelmel. A year ago, Crothelmel was a 190 hitter, started 18 of 13 games played, 4 hits and 21 at-bats. All 4 of them were doubles. Here's a pitch that she'll fouled on the right field line. Can Nia Carter get to it again? No, she does. She makes the play right at the right field line, and it's out number 1 for Penn State in the top of the 3rd inning. That'll bring up Lauren Marcotte, freshman shortstop. Marcotte on the season is an 83 hitter, 1 hit and 12 at-bats. She has started and played in all 8 games now. In the last game, Marcotte was 1 for 2, and her 1 hit was a double. Lauren Shaw giving up the second double of her season. Not Lauren, excuse me. That was Sarah Lehman giving up that double to Marcotte. 1 ball and no strikes on her here in this at-bat. Top of the 3rd inning. This is the 8th hitter in the lineup for Penn State. 2 balls and no strikes. Hawkeyes in their black top jersey with the black number that is delineated by yellow, and then the white pant with the black and white striped stirrup. They got about half a dozen different uniforms that they do wear. 3 balls and no strikes to Lauren Marcotte. Here comes the 3-0 from Lauren Shaw. It's a pitch that is up and in, so it's ball 4. So Lauren Shaw issuing the first walk of today. She had walked only one other batter on the season, and that was in the Ohio State game that she pitched and won. So she has 2 walks on the season. In last year's shortened season, she had 15 base on balls, 5 in one game versus Florida Atlantic. Here's the first pitch to Emily Maddock. Maddock, a freshman, getting her first start. Emily Maddock, 5-foot freshman from Kempton, Pennsylvania. This is her first start in 3 games. She's down on the count at no balls and a strike. Here she turns to bunt. Nice play. Good coverage by Kalena Burns to race down the first base line, pick it, and throw it to Emily Bogar. So Maddock will get the sacrifice bunt, and it's the second out of the inning. It does move Lauren Marcotte to second base and in scoring position. Well, you work on that, and you work on that, and you work on that. And the more you work on it, the more it succeeds in a game. And that was perfect play by Kalena Burns and Arely Bogar. So we get to the top of the order, and it's Maggie Finnegan. Maggie Finnegan grounded out to Grace Baines in her first at-bat back in the first inning. Finnegan coming into this weekend has started both of these games, so she's 4 out of 6 that she's played. Here's a pitch that's a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Finnegan in game number 1 today was 0 for 2 with a sacrifice. And here is the 1-1 pitch. That's fouled back, so it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Finnegan didn't have any batting stats to speak of because she was 0 for 10 coming in, and she's still 0 for 2021. Looking to change that right here. Update for you now on the Michigan State-Maryland basketball game. Now, these two teams just played earlier this week, and Maryland crushed Michigan State by almost 20 points, and they're up now on Michigan State 42-30, about midway through the second half. 14 minutes to go in the second half. Here is a hit out to left field by Finnegan. Hauled in by Riley Sheehy, and that will end the Penn State Nittany Lions here in the top of the third. 3 up. Did get a runner on, and Marcotte on a walk, but she's stranded at second base. When the Hawks come to the plate, it's Sammy Diaz, Marissa Peak, and Briley Klosterman, and if it goes from there, it's to the top of the order. Zeros, Penn State and University of Iowa softball. Other Big Ten action today, Michigan State and Illinois squaring off, Wisconsin and Ohio State, Rutgers and Minnesota, Maryland plays Purdue, Indiana Northwestern, and Nebraska plays Michigan. Interesting that this Illinois softball team They've been pretty good. I remember going down there 3 years ago, the Marla Loopers last season. Iowa played them well, but lost all 3 games. And Illinois 2 weeks ago beat Michigan both times that they played. They even beat Megan Bobian. So this must be a pretty good Illinois softball team. Sammy Diaz steps to the plate, looks at strike one. She's down in the count at no balls and a strike. Sammy in game number 1 today was 0 for 3 with a fielder's choice. Down in the count here at no balls and 1 strike. Bailey Partial now is up and in with that second pitch, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. On the freshman from Cypress, California, Sammy Diaz, outside of Los Angeles. The Hawks have had some good success with numerous players over the years from the West Coast. The most recent one that I can recall is Allie Wood, who was a 2-time All-Big Ten performer for the Iowa Hawkeyes in her 4 years playing for them. 2 balls and a strike on Sammy Diaz, the third baseman for head coach Renee Gillespie. Here's a swing and a miss. Power pitch against a power swing. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. After today's doubleheader, the Hawks will face Penn State 1 game tomorrow, and then they'll begin a series with Maryland on Saturday. Saturday's doubleheader begins at 9 Iowa time. Here's a weak swing and a miss, an off-speed pitch that Sammy can't catch up on, and so it's strikeout number 4 for Bailey Partial. And I remind you that she had 4 double-digit strikeout games a year ago, including 1 game at 14 strikeouts, which is 1 shy of her record, personal record and school record, 2 shy of the school record. So she's a strikeout pitcher. Stepping to the plate, Marissa Peak, the catcher for the Hawkeyes, batting number 8. First game, she was 1 for 3 with a single. She also struck out and grounded out. Down in the count here at no balls and 1 strike. Here's the 0-1 from Bailey Partial. Pitch that is driven out into left center field. That is caught by the center fielder, and good stroke on that by Marissa Peak. But it is caught for the out. So for the Hawks, they are down to Briley Klosterman here to maybe close out this bottom of the third or extend it to the top of the order. Briley looks at a pitch that's strike 1 in game number 1. Briley was 1 for 2 with a sacrifice. She singled in the top of the 6th inning and was left at third base at the end of the inning. Down on the count here at no balls and a strike. Here's the pitch to her that is outside. She won't chase it. 1 ball and 1 strike. So we talk about Bailey Partial coming into this game. She had pitched 17 innings. 2 weeks ago, she had 3 appearances. She started 3 games. So she pitched on an average just over 6 innings a game. Here is the 1-1 that's down in a 2 balls and 1 strike. She yielded 18 hits 2 weekends ago, 12 runs, 7 of them were earned, and a 2.83 ERA. 20 strikeouts, though, 2 weekends ago in 17 innings. She's down in the count here to Briley Klosterman at 2 balls and a strike, and another pitch that's up and away that Briley will not chase. So it's 3 balls and 1 strike to the freshman center fielder. Briley Klosterman out of North Liberty. Here's the 3-1. A pitch that she takes a swing at and will foul back. Briley Klosterman is the niece of a Wes Obermuller. If those of you who remember the name Wes Obermuller, Wes from Vinton, went to Vinton-Shellsburg High School, also went to the University of Iowa, played baseball, played 7 years in Major League Baseball, and then he played a couple of years in Japan before he called it a career and got back into the working world. Briley will draw the walk on a pitch that's down and in. So that the first walk of the game for Bailey Partial, and it's the sixth walk that she's given this season. A year ago, Partial walked 18 in 89 innings before the shortened season. It'll bring up Nia Carter. Nia now will promptly lift one down the left field line. Is that fair? One that the shortstop couldn't get to, but it bounces foul just on the left field line. Lucky there for Penn State. Nia Carter was already racing around first base to second, so she's down in the count. Partial pitched in her freshman year as well. She was 11-17. She pitched 168 innings in her freshman year. Here's one that's lifted right to the shortstop. She makes the easy catch, and that will end the Hawks in inning number 3. So the Hawks leave a runner at first base, don't score a run in their first 4 at-bats. Penn State comes to the batting, will come to the plate with second hitter Claire Swedberg and the number 3 hitter Michelle Leone. One play resumes. Well, we talk a lot about Renee Gillespie in her third year, really trying to resurrect this program. Her assistant coaches are Trina Prater. In her third season, Trina was an All-American softball player and the MVP of the SEC her senior year. In her third year here as the softball coach. And Rick Dillinger had just retired from high school teaching and coaching softball. I don't know how many decades he coached, but he was Renee Gillespie's high school coach. And she called and persuaded him to come out of retirement and be her assistant coach. He's into his third season. They've done a nice job. Erin Dowd Johnson is in her second season as a volunteer assistant coach. Now, Erin Dowd was from Cedar Rapids, Jefferson. She played at the University of Iowa in the late 90s, early 2000s. So she's a volunteer assistant coach. She was the head coach at Cedar Rapids Prairie High School for a couple of years, and then she wanted to work her way up. Here's Lauren Shaw's up in the count now on Claire Swedberg, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And Matt Meyer, we recognize in his first year as Director of Operations for University of Iowa. Hawkeye women's softball, or Hawkeye softball, if you will. Here's one that is slapped down the third base line, but foul by Claire Swedberg, just kind of hanging on to this at bat. No score. We're in the top of the 4th inning. Penn State and Iowa, the second game of a doubleheader. Iowa won the first game 5-1, scoring runs in the first, third, and 5th innings. Here's a slap foul again that just catches the umpire. So Swedberg will remain at the plate. Swedberg came in and pinch hit in game number 1 in the bottom of the 5th inning and promptly singled, and then she flew out in her second at-bat. She is down in the count here, and a nice call by the umpire. An off-speed pitch by Lauren Shaw catches that outside corner. So Swedberg is victim of 2 strikeouts against Lauren Shaw. Those are the only 2 that Lauren has in this softball game, but she'll take them. So that'll bring to the plate third hitter Michelle Leone. Michelle flew out to Nia Carter in her first at-bat. Here's the first offering from Lauren Shaw, a pitch that is down and in on her. Michelle did pinch hit in game number 1 and was victim of an unassisted putout by Kalena Burns in game number 1. Up in the count at 1 ball and no strikes. Now it's 2 balls and no strikes to Leon, the sophomore third baseman. Who coming into the season was a 200 hitter, 2 hits and 10 at bats. Here's a pitch that hits that inside corner. 2 balls and a strike. She has one extra base hit, that a double in those 2 hits. A year ago, Michelle Leon started 19 of the 21 games she played. Here's a pitch that's just down and in. Another off-speed pitch by Lauren. Doesn't get the call, and Lauren has that big smile on her face as she walks to the back of the circle, looking between second and shortstop, kind of gathering herself again. Leon was 9 of 48 last year, no extra base hits. Here is the 3-1. It's called strike 2 on that inside corner. Pretty close to where the last pitch was, but this one becomes a strike. So it's a full count on Michelle Leon. Here's the 3-2 from lefty Lauren Shaw. Down the middle, and she laces it out into center field for a base hit. Probably Klosterman will get it in. And for Penn State, it is the first hit of the ball game for them. And they get a runner on first with 1 out. It brings up Lexi Black. Lexi, the first baseman, sophomore first baseman out of Omaha, Nebraska. She and sister Logan Black are sophomore and senior respectively at Penn State. Logan had started at Creighton University. Logan, the senior, she pitched in the last game. And then she transferred on to Penn State. No balls and 1 strike now on Lexi Black. She flew out to Kalena Burns in her first at-bat. Here's a pitch that's up and away, so it's a ball and a strike. Michelle Leon over at first base after just singling. 1 out. And a 1-1 count on the number 4 hitter for Penn State, Lexi Black. Here's the offering from Lauren Shaw. Another off-speed pitch. This one is inside and high. Lauren really has a nice arm movement delay when she throws that off-speed pitch. You don't see it coming until right at the very end. She's able to reduce the velocity on that swing. Here's a pitch that's fouled back into the backstop, right back into the glove of Marissa Peak. So she can really fool the hitters with that off-speed pitch. Top of the 4th inning, we're scoreless. Penn State and Iowa, game number 2 of the doubleheader. Iowa won game 1, 5-1. And here is one that's hit out to left field and a base hit. And it moves Michelle Leon on to second base. So with 1 out, Penn State threatening here in the top of the 4th inning with back-to-back singles and runners at first and second. And that'll bring up Danny Fay. She was 0 for 1 in game 1 with a sacrifice. I wonder if why would they want to pinch hit for her, being a senior and all, but I think that they're going to make a move to pinch hit for her. So now they've got a runner. They got 2 runners. Pinch runners got Mel Coombs. Pinch running for Michelle Leon. And, for Michelle. And there's a pinch runner over at first base, and I believe that's Shelley Rivard. Pinch running for Lexi Black. I think they're really going to try to make a move here to get some runs across the board as Danny Fay steps to the plate. Now Fay, very capable of putting the ball in play. Danny Fay, a 300 hitter coming into the game, has started 6 of the 6 games she's played even though they've played 8. Here's one that's down the right field line, and the strategy is working. It's going to be a triple for Danny Fay down the right field line. They score both Mel Coombs and Shelley Rivard from second and first, respectively, and Penn State now has taken the lead on the double, actually the triple, by Danny Fay. Now, that's the third hit off of Lauren Shaw here in this inning. And there's still one out on the strikeout. Danny Fay's first triple of the season. Last year, Fay she had one triple a year ago. And in her sophomore year, she did not hit any triples. So she's at third base. One out, 2 runners are in for Penn State. They lead it 2-0. We're in the top of the 4th inning. Lauren Shaw, the lefty, battling against the righty, KT Rex. Here's the first pitch. It's called strike 1, right down the middle. Rex popped up to, she grounded out actually to Nia Carter, if you will. It was a shot that was right out to Nia, picked it up on a hop, and was able to get it into Kalena Burns at first base before KT Rex could get to first base. No balls and 2 strikes on her. Here's the offering as she takes a swing at, hits it right to Arilee Bogar at second. And over to Kalena Burns for the out. That was a hard shot right to Arilee, but she played it nicely, picked it up, and a nice soft toss over to first base to Kalena Burns. That leaves Danny Fay at third, but they have 2 runs in with a two-run lead, and Lilia Crothamel is at the plate. Lilia flew out to Nia Carter in her last at-bat. 0 for 1 in game 1 and a walk. And on the season, Crothamel leading this team in hitting at .313, has started and played in every game. 5 hits and 16 at-bats. Here is the offering to her. That's inside, so it'll be ball 1. Maryland now leads Michigan State 55-40 in the men's quarterfinal. 8 minutes to go in the game. Here's the pitch from Lauren Shaw. And it's called strike. I thought it was off the corner on that outside, but the home plate umpire liked the pitch, called it a strike 1 to Lilia Crothamel. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on the right-handed Crothamel. Batting 7th, playing left field. Here is the off-speed pitch that she tried to get around on to begin with and had to hold up. And then, like normal with pitches like that, you pop it up into the air. And she popped it up to center fielder Briley Klosterman. And that'll end Penn State's top of the 4th inning. But they do damage. They get 2 runs and lead this game 2-0. When the Hawks come to the plate, it'll be Riley Sheehy, Arilee Bogar, and Grace Burns. So we move into the bottom of the 4th inning. Iowa trailing Penn State 2-0 after winning game 1 5-1. Riley Sheehy will come to the plate. Riley grounded out to second base in her first at bat. A year ago batted .375, 12 hits and 32 at bats. junior now out of Newtown, Pennsylvania. At one point last year had a 6-game hitting streak, and 2 of them were multi-hit games. She's got a 3-hit game against Michigan State in Game 1 this year. That the game that the Hawkeyes won 6-1. Here's the first pitch to her. That's away. So it's 1 ball and no strikes. Again, the bottom of the 4th inning, Penn State leads 2-0. It is game number 2 of this doubleheader. They'll play the 3rd and final game tomorrow morning beginning at 9 o'clock. Here's the 2-0 from Lauren Shaw, an off-speed pitch. It hits that outside corner. Looks like Lauren's best pitch in this game has been that off-speed pitch, although she was very effective against Ohio State in that 2nd game 2 weeks ago. No, excuse me, that's not Lauren Shaw. My bad. I'm sorry. Bailey Parshall from Penn State. Just as effective a pitcher as Lauren Shaw with that off-speed pitch. So Riley can't catch up with that pitch. He's even in the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the 2-2 from Bailey Parshall, the junior lefty, and leaves one upstairs. So it evens the count. It makes it a full count on Riley, who in Game 1 singled in the first inning or first at-bat, scored one of the 2 runs scored on the 2-run scoring single by Denali Lecker. Riley would walk, ground out to second, and fly out to short in her next 3 at-bats. Here's one that she swings at and misses and is down on strikes to begin the bottom of the 4th inning for the Hawks. That is strikeout number 5 for Bailey Parshall. And it brings up Arilee Bogar. Arilee not going to Florida 2 weeks ago, getting her first 2021 action today. Trying to get back into the swing of competitive things. There's a lot you can do in practice, but it really only happens out in the game. Arilee did single in her 3rd at bat in the last game, had a sacrifice bunt in her 4th at bat, so she was 1 for 3 with a sacrifice in game number 1 today. The young lady can really do it all as a softball player. Here's a pitch that's upstairs, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. A year ago, Arilee had batted .253. In the shortened season with 19 hits and 75 at-bats. 7 doubles to her credit. Here is the pitch that she grounds to first base, and quickly picking it up over there and stepping on first base to beat the speedy Arilee Bogar is Lexi Black. And so there's 2 gone in the Hawkeyes' bottom of the 4th inning. That'll bring up Grace Baines. Grace Baines, freshman out of Kansas City, Kansas, grounded out to second base in her first at-bat. Looking at the first pitch from the lefty, Peyton Marshall. Bailey Parshall, and it's a strike on that inside corner. Baines in game number 1 today walked and scored in her 3rd at-bat. Otherwise, she flew out 3 times, around that. Baines coming into the game today with a batting average of just 56. Has started and played in all 18 games, plays a mean left field. Does have the 1 hit was a double. Here's a foul. She does have a double, and she has scored a run. Just getting her start at Division I college softball at the University of Iowa. Looking for that career Here is the pitch to her. That is called strike 3 on that outside corner. And that is the 6th strikeout for Bailey Parshall. 2 of them here in this bottom of the 4th inning. A quick 1-2-3 for the Hawks in the bottom of the 4th when play resumes. Penn State will send batters 8, 9, and 1 to the plate. In women's college golf, the University of Iowa golf team played in the Arizona Wildcat Invitational, finishing 3 rounds of 63 over par, 927. They were 16th out of 16 teams. Freshman Kiara Wildhaber was the best finisher for the Hawks, 7 over par, 223, which tied her for 32nd. She did, though, shoot a last round even par 72. Next up for the women is March 15 and 16 at the BYU Spring Classic in St. George, Utah. That is next week. On the men's side, the men won the Sparta Classic in Sea Island, Georgia. After 2 rounds, they were at 200 par 574, and they blistered the 3rd round with an 11 under 277 to win it. They totaled 13 under par 851. Sophomore Mac McClear was the individual winner with a 7 under 65 in the 3rd round. And over the course of 3 rounds, he was 10 under 206. And Alex Shockey, as you remember from the past years, he's a 5th-year senior, finished 2nd. His 3rd round of 6 under par 66 propelled him to a 7 under 209. So congratulations to the men's college golf team. They're next up on the 29th of March in Naples, Florida. That on the Gulf side just outside of Tampa. Congratulations to the men's college golf team winning that Sparta Collegiate in South Island, Georgia. Here's a hit by Lauren Marcotte out to left field. So she's on first base to begin the Penn State top of the 5th. They scored 2 in the 4th, and they continue to keep putting the ball in play against Lauren Shaw. That one was Lauren Marcotte. She walked in her last at-bat. And now that'll bring up Emily Maddock. Maddock, the freshman, playing second base today. She squares and bunts it foul. Emily Maddock starting in just her first game in 3 played. She only had 1 other official at bat and nothing recorded from it. Lauren Shaw faced 6 batters in the top of the 4th inning and gave up 3 consecutive hits. The 3rd one was a 2-run scoring double. Here's a bunt that is picked up by catcher Marissa Peak, but she can't get to it and throw out Maddock before Maddock crosses first base. And so it's a bunt single for Emily Maddock. It moves Lauren Marcotte to second base, and we're at the top of the order with Maggie Finnegan. Maggie Finnegan has flown out and grounded out in today's game. This second game, she was 0 for 2 with a sacrifice in her first game, and that'll bring out to head coach Renee Gillespie to talk to the infield and to pitcher Lauren Shaw. So they still meet in the circle. Does head coach Renee Gillespie. Now she departs and heads back to the Iowa dugout. Beautiful day in Orlando, Florida. The temperature is supposed to get up into the 80s this weekend, so it's truly conducive weather for softball. Yeah, it's just what these Big Ten teams need. And, I've seen it really an impressive improvement by this Iowa Hawkeye softball team all the way around from the first weekend 2 weekends ago when they went 2-4, but had chances to be maybe 4-2, to take the last 2 weeks and put everything together to come here to win game 1 5-1 the way they did. Now they fall behind here 2-0, having some problems, with pitching in this game with Lauren Shaw, but I think you got to credit Penn State with the ability to hit the softball and hit it to the right spots to get runners on and score them and all of that. But, Iowa still has some good at-bats to go. And head coach Renee Gillespie going to make a change in the circle. Looks as if she's going to go to Sarah Lehman once again. Sarah won the first game for the Hawks. And it may not be. Maybe it's not Ducey. It may be Ducey, trying to get her warmed up. It is. Allison Ducey will get some pitches in here. And the first batter she faces is Maggie Finnegan. And Finnegan looks at a first pitch strike. So we get to the numbers for Allison Ducey here shortly. Here's a call strike 2. She tried to lay down a bunt and was unable to. So Allison Ducey, the senior, has really had a fine career for the University of Iowa. Even in some of the down years, she was a two-time All-Big Ten performer. 630 total strikeouts coming into this series, and she gets a strikeout here against Maddie Finnegan. That's the first out of the inning. Runners on first and second. But in the 2020 season, she had 102 strikeouts, 195 in 2019, and 205 her sophomore year. Back in 2018, in Marta Luper's last season as the head coach, she went 14-15 then. So Allison will be a big one, a hard one to replace after this softball season. Her record is 44-49. She has made 114 appearances, 97 games started, 66 complete games. She has 11 shutouts, 612 innings pitched in 4 years. Boy, how the career goes quickly. So we laud the effort of Lauren Shaw today, getting into the fifth inning. She went 4 innings for sure, and she'll be taking the credit for the 2 runners on first and second if they happen to score before the Hawks are able to get 3 outs. And so down goes Claire Swedberg to a strikeout. So it's back-to-back strikeouts for Allison Ducey in relief of Lauren Shaw. What a combination, though, for Ducey and Shaw. Here is the first offering to I believe it's Michelle Leone. We'll see if Mel Coombs didn't come in and replace her because she pinch ran for her in the 4th inning. And she's down on the count at no balls and 1 strike. 2 outs, runners on first and second for Penn State. The Nittany Lions lead the Hawks 2-0. Top of the 5th inning. Allison Ducey now has just replaced Lauren Shaw in the circle. Here is the 1-1, and it's Michelle Leone who's back in, and it's a fly out to right field. Nia Carter makes it in foul territory, and that's going to end this top of the 5th for Penn State. They put 2 runners on, strand them there. They still own a 2-0 lead heading into the bottom of the fifth inning. The Hawks will bring Kalena Burns, Denali Lecker, and Sammy Diaz to the plate when play resumes. So Bailey Partial for Penn State is pitching a no-hitter right now against this Hawkeye softball team. She has issued a walk and has 6 strikeouts. She'll be facing Kalena Burns to begin this bottom of the fifth inning. Hawks trail it 2-0. Burns, the number 5 hitter in the lineup, playing first base. Struck out in her first at-bat. Batting .200 coming into the series, 3 hits and 15 at-bats. Looks at a pitch that's down and away, so it's 1 ball and no strikes. She does have in those 3 hits 2 home runs, a solo shot and a 2-run home run. The solo against Ohio State in the short-lived loss to Ohio State in Game 1 of the 21 season. And then the 2-run home run helped them in the win over Michigan State. Here is a swing and a miss. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Kalena Burns. So the Maryland Terrapins are going to defeat the Michigan State Spartans in a quarterfinal game at the Big Ten Conference Tournament. That's the number 8 and number 9 seeds. Leading 68-55, 20 seconds remaining. Here's Burns now with a 1-1 count on her. Here's the 2-1 to Burns, a swing and a miss. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. To Kalena Burns, 5'10" sophomore from Corona, California, outside of Los Angeles. Had really a good 2020 season in her freshman year. It's, for the Hawks, it's just unfortunate that it ended like it did because they were in redeeming value mode at one point, and it was right at the end of the season, the shortened season. In those last 9 games, she had a 9-game hitting streak. 6 of them were multi-hit games. One of them a 4-hit game against South Dakota State, which included a home run, in which she hit 5 home runs last year. She's even in the count here at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here's a swing and a miss, and she strikes out for the 2nd time today. That's the 7th strikeout for Bailey Partial. Again, she's into a no-hitter right now. She has walked 1 batter. And Maryland has defeated Penn State 68-57. I'm not sure if that's going to knock Michigan State out of the NCAA tournament or not. I know they've got 2 wins against top 25 teams here recently, and I know they're still talking about getting them in as a number 10 or 11 seed. But they don't have really the record to support all that. We'll find out what happens. That's Maryland defeating Michigan State. Here's the 0-1 from Bailey Partial that is lifted out into left field for Denali Lecker. It's going to be a fly out, and that's out number 2 for Iowa. It'll bring up Sammy Diaz. Diaz struck out in her first at-bat, was the 4th victim. Fourth strikeout victim for Bailey Partial. And so that brings up Sammy. Sammy, the 3rd baseman for the Hawks, struck out in their first at-bat. and is down in the count here in her second at bat at no balls and 1 strike. We've reached the bottom of the 5th inning. The Hawks, here's a shot to the right of second baseman, a nice base hit for Sammy Diaz with 2 outs. See, this will be a rally for the Hawks. That'll bring up Marissa Peak for Sammy. It is her first hit since Game 1 of the Michigan State series when she had 2 in that game. She had 3 overall coming into this weekend. She was 0 for 3 with a fielder's choice in her first game. And now, head coach Renee Gillespie, I believe, is going to put in a pinch runner for Diaz. We'll see if it's a pinch runner or if Marissa Peak's going to bat. I would think that Peak is going to bat. The number 8 hitter, pretty solid bat. She singled in Game 1, struck out and grounded out. As importantly, her position behind the plate. She's very good at what she does back there. As the freshman from Wentzville, Missouri, outside of St. Louis, had a single against an RBI single against Ohio State in game number 2. And a single against Michigan State in the second game of that doubleheader. Peak at the plate. I believe it's still Sammy Diaz at first. I haven't seen who the pinch runner is, if it is. Here is the offering from Bailey Partial, and Peak will pop it up to third base. And that will end the Hawkeyes in the bottom of the 5th inning. Sammy Diaz with the first hit off of Partial today, stranded at first base. We're through 5. Head to the top of the 6th. It's batters 4, 5, and 6 for Maryland when play resumes. So again, Maryland has defeated Michigan State in the men's tournament, 68-57, and will go on to play Michigan tomorrow in the first game of the quarterfinals. Next up on the court will be Minnesota and Ohio State in about a half hour. On the women's side, I did note that Maryland had come from behind to defeat Nebraska 83-72. Maryland, the number 1 seed in the women's Big Ten tournament. Nebraska had a lead of 71-67 with 8 minutes to go in that game. Scores 1 point the rest of the way. Next up for the women is Northwestern and Michigan, followed by Michigan State, Indiana. And then tonight it's Iowa against 6th-seeded Iowa against 3rd-seeded Rutgers at approximately 8 o'clock, 7:30 to 8 o'clock. Rob Brooks and Jamie Cavey-Lang will have that broadcast for you tonight. On the men's side, the Hawkeye men don't play until tomorrow, and that's late tomorrow night. Will be the 4th game of the quarterfinal. They'll await the winner of Penn State and Wisconsin, who will play sometime this evening at about 8 o'clock. So Allison Ducey in the circle for the Hawks. Taking command as a senior, facing Lexi Black. Black singled in her last at-bat and scored behind the triple from Danny Fay. She chased Michelle Leone around first base, second base, and third base to score for the 2 runs, and that's where we stand here in the top of the 6th inning. It's Penn State 2, Iowa nothing. Top of 6, the cleanup hitter for Penn State at the plate in Lexi Black. Here is the offering that Lexi swings at and misses. So it's a ball and a strike for Lexi Black, who in game number 1 was 0 for 3, a strikeout and 2 flyouts. Here is the offering from Allison Ducey. Strike 2 on that inside corner. Nice spot by the senior Ducey. I would assume we'll see her tomorrow. I know Coach Renee Gillespie trying to get her some pitches in here today. We may not see her very much, and we could see her, in the next at-bat for Penn State too. Just getting Allison Ducey tuned up for this senior season, this senior campaign. And it is a campaign for the University of Iowa where the Hawks are picked to finish 5th in the conference, which really is a nice credit to what Iowa has done under Renee Gillespie, and they're playing a lot of freshmen. As a matter of fact, 9 true freshmen saw action 2 weeks ago. 8 of them started at least one game, and many of them are still starting. And Iowa is named as a projected regional team. Here's a strikeout for Allison Ducey on Lexi Black, and it's strikeout number 3 for Deuce. It'll bring up Danny Fay, who tripled a 2-run triple in her last at-bat. So, big things happening down in Iowa City for the University of Iowa softball team, a projected regional team this year, picked to finish 5th in a very good Big Ten conference, even a real well-balanced conference, especially on the top end of things. Here's Danny Fay taking a cut at the first offering from Allison Ducey. So she's down in the count at no balls and a strike. Fay 1 for 2 today. Again, a 2-run triple in the last at-bat for her back in the 4th inning that propelled Penn State to the 2-0 lead. Here is a drag bunt, if you will, that I believe it went foul. No, that ball was hanging right on the first base line, 6 strides in front of home plate that Ducey and Marissa Peak were trying to get to, but Danny Fay able to beat it out. So she's up there with her second hit of the day. This one, a bunt single. That'll bring up KT Rex. KT Rex has flown out or grounded out 2 times. And she looks at a pitch and a stolen base by Danny Fay. A pitch that's called strike. Danny Fay showing her speed. Rex was 0 for 1 in game number 1. Danny Fay swipes second base. And for Fay, here is the 0-1 to KT Rex. It's her first stolen bases of the season a year ago. She was just 2 out of 3 in the 26 games that they played. They were 11-15 last year. So no balls and 2 strikes now on KT Rex. Pitch that's upstairs. Nice job by Marissa Peak to reach up and snag that before it got away from her to the backstop, and then that would move Danny Fay on to third. There's only 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning. Danny Fay starts it off with a single. Penn State leads 2-0. Fay steals second base, and that's where she is at this time with a 1-2 count on KT Rex. She looks at a pitch that's up and in again. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. You could tell that Allison Ducey just trying to get her to chase bad pitches, and she wasn't about to do it. Ducey, the senior, has had a nice career with the University of Iowa Hawks out of Ankeny. Here's a pitch and a swing and a miss. Strikeout victim number 2 in this inning. That's strikeout number 4 already for Allison Ducey in just the 1 2/3 innings that she's pitched in relief of Lauren Shaw. And that'll bring up Lilia Crothamel, who is 0 for 2. She was 0 for 1 with a walk in game number 1. Danny Fay at second base. Here's the offering that Crothamel will take a whack at and miss. So she's down on the count at no balls and a strike. Allison Ducey. What a career she's had. Her ERA really has been quite spectacular. Last year she was 1.98 coming out of the 7-2 record that she had. with 11 starts and seven complete games and 68 innings pitched. So she opted to come back for this year. See if she couldn't extend on that. Here is the 0-1 to Crothamel, and she'll foul it back down the right field line. So she's down in the count, no balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. And Danny Fay at second base. Again, Ducey with 612 innings pitched coming into this game, already 14 on the season, as she pitched against Michigan in game number 2, taking the loss, giving up 6 hits, 2 runs, and both of them were earned. It was a 6-5 Michigan win. She did walk 2 and struck out 4. In the win over Michigan State, she went 7 innings, gave up 5 hits, a run that was earned. Here's a swing and a miss, and the 5th strikeout for Allison Ducey. She strikes out the side with a single squeezed in between those 3 strikeouts and leaving Danny Fay stranded at second base here in the top of the 6th inning. Iowa comes to the plate in the bottom of the 6th. Briley Klosterman will lead it off, the number 9 hitter. Then it's back to the top of the order. 2-0, the lead for Penn State. Well, Hawkeye fans, your football season is going to be in full tilt next September 4th. The Indiana Hoosiers will be coming to Kinnick Stadium to open up the season, so get your tickets now while you can before it all sells out. The schedule is Indiana, then at Ohio State, the 11th, Kent State and Colorado State on the 18th and 25th, respectively, to end September, and then it's a 12-game season. The open date is October 23rd. Hawkeye football under head coach Kirk Ferentz and staff looking for yet another fine season. So it's Bridie Klosterman at the plate. She walked in her last at-bat and was stranded at first base. By the end of that inning, she was 1 for 2 in the first game today with a sacrifice. Here's a pitch that called strike 2 in the inside corner. Coming into the day, 182 hitter is Briley. She's just getting used to Division I, Big Ten. She had a stellar career at Iowa City Liberty. Here's one that she lifts out to right field. Actually, it's short. It's a deep second base that the second baseman is able to haul in. That Emily Maddock. And so Briley Klosterman, the first out of the bottom of the 6th inning. It brings up Nia Carter. Nia Carter is hitless in game number 2. She had a multi-hit game in game number 1 where she was 2 for 4. She had both were singles and she scored a run. Looks at a pitch that's down and in on her. Only game that she has not got a hit in was the first game of the Michigan doubleheader 2 weeks ago. She was 0 for 3 in that game. Otherwise, 4 of the 5 other games were all multi-hit games. So she's on a multi-hit game streak going right now. Here's a pitch that is called strike 1. She's up to 5 multi-hit games. On the season. And she's even the count here at 1-1. Here's a pitch that's down and away. She looked to put the bat down to bunt it, pulled it back, seeing that it was off the plate. So she's up in the count now at 2 balls and 1 strike. Nia Carter, sophomore from Rancho Cucamonga, California, outside of Los Angeles. Here is the pitch to her that she gets around on, but bats it foul down the first base line. A year ago, she led the Big Ten in hitting pre-conference season with a 5.09 average. 10 multi-hit games last year. Here's one that she hits over to second baseman, and Maddock will boot it, and that will put Nia Carter on base due to the error on the second baseman, Emily Maddock. And I'll bring up Riley Sheehy. Riley Sheehy on the day, 0 for 2 in this game with a strikeout. She was 1 for 3 with a walk in game number 1 and scored a run. Here's a pitch that she'll lift down the left field line, and making a diving effort in foul territory is the left fielder, Lilia Crothamel, but she can't get to it, and the ball is foul. So Riley going right after it on that first pitch, not even hesitating to get after that first pitch, trying to make things happen as Nia Carter, with 1 out, gets on base after the error by Emily Maddock at second base. And here's one that is hit down the first base line, and beating it out is Riley Sheehy. That'll move Nia Carter to second base. And with 1 out, Hawks have runners at first and second, and Arely Bogar is in the batter's box, left-handed batter's box. It'll be interesting to see what head coach Renee Gillespie wants to do with her. She did have her bunt in game number 1, which was a successful bunt, but it caused the second out. We'll see if Renee Gillespie doesn't give her the chance to swing the bat, put it in play, and maybe have a chance to score some runs. Bailey Parshall in the circle for Penn State has really pitched an excellent game, was in a no-hitter through 5. As Arely squares to bunt, pulls the bat back with a pitch that's up and away from her. Might be a good hitting pitch right here, especially with 1 ball and no strikes, where Arely Bogar might get a good pitch. Looking down the third base line, head coach Renee Gillespie, and with the sign, Arely steps back into the left-handed batter's box. Here is the 1-0. Again, she squares to bunt, and it's outside. 2 balls and no strikes on Arely Bogar, who last year in the shortened season was 19 of 75 and a .253 hitter, had 7 doubles. Arely in 2019 started and played in 50 games. Here's one that she tries to bunt and bunts foul. .221 hitter then, had 34 hits in 154 at-bats and scored 20 runs, 4 doubles, 3 triples, and the home run that she hit. The 1 home run. So she does have some power in that bat if she's able to get the right pitch. Here is the 1-1 that she reaches out and bunts, and are they going to call her out? They are calling her out of the batter's box for the bunt. She just went down to bunt unless she stepped on the plate. I know Renee Gillespie talking to the home plate umpire about what he saw. And Arely Bogar is called out. That's out number 2. And Riley Sheehy goes back to first. Nia Carter goes back to second. And that'll bring up Grace Baines. Here's a pitch that's up and in on Baines. She's now at 2-2 on the count. Grace in the first two at-bats today, 0 for 2 with a ground out and a strikeout. In her last at-bat, she was the sixth strikeout victim of Bailey Parshall. Here is the pitch from Parshall that Baines will foul back and not far enough to the backstop that the catcher is able to get to and make the catch. So Iowa starts the inning with a fly out, then they get on an error and a base hit, runners at first and second, and can't push them across to try to close the deficit or tie the game. As it is, we go into the top of the seventh inning. Penn State leads Iowa 2-0, and coming up for Penn State, hitters 8, 9, and 1. Well, how about some more University of Iowa sports news? Swimming and diving. Women's swimming and diving have qualified 3 for nationals in Greensboro, North Carolina next weekend. Senior Kelsey Drake in the 200-yard butterfly, 100 butterfly in the 200 individual medley. Sophomore Mallory Jump in the 100 butterfly, 200 butterfly, and 200 individual medley. And freshman Alyssa Graves in the 1650 freestyle and the 200 butterfly. So 3 of them in the 200 butterfly. They all don't go out there with very high listing as far as top times go, but they're out there. And Sam Taborski will be diving in the NCAA Zone D Championships this weekend in Lexington, Kentucky. That's women swimming and diving. Men's tennis team hosting Wisconsin tomorrow, host Minnesota on Sunday. Women's tennis is at Illinois Saturday and at Northwestern on Sunday. So right now, Penn State kind of has a grip on the Iowa Hawkeyes in this game number 2. Lauren Marcotte is at the plate. Marcotte singled in her last at-bat and walked in her first at-bat. Just the freshman playing shortstop. And in game 1, she hit a double, a run-scoring double, and grounded out. She's up in the count of 3 balls and 1 strike, and now she takes a whiff at 1. So it's a full count. Allison Ducey, the senior from Ankeny, in the circle for the Hawks here in game number 2 in relief of Lauren Shaw. She came in the 5th inning. When nobody was out, 2 runners were on, and Allison swiftly took down Penn State 1-2-3. And here's a called third strike on Lauren Marcotte. So that is the 6th strikeout victim for Allison Ducey. And we're into the 7th inning, but again, she came in the 5th inning, had 2 strikeouts there, struck out the side in the 6th inning, and now has the first strikeout, the first out of the 7th inning on a strikeout, and she's looking at Emily Maddock, freshman second baseman, who singled in her last at-bat on a bunt single, and she hit a sacrifice bunt in her first at-bat. 2-0 the lead for Penn State. We're in the top of the 7th inning. Allison Ducey in the circle, facing the number 9 hitter, and Emily Maddock. Maddock will take a good solid cut at one and foul it into the backstop. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on the freshman second baseman. Here's the 1-1 that she takes another good cut at and misses completely. So she's down on the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1 gone. Bottom of the 7th inning. Penn State leads it 2-0. Iowa won the first game 5-1. Good pitching performance by Sarah Lehman. Got some excellent backing at the plate. Had some good defense. Here's a wave and a miss at one. It's well outside. So Emily Maddock becomes the 7th strikeout victim of Allison Ducey and the 2nd of this inning. But it's still 2-0 with Penn State in the lead. The Hawks will have to come up with some firepower in the bottom of the 7th inning. And it'll start with Kalena Burns, followed by Denali Lecker and Sammy Diaz. Although Bailey Partial has done an excellent job of holding down these Hawkeye bats. So it's Maggie Finnegan, 0 for 3 in the second game. She struck out in their last at bat. Here is the first offering from Maggie from Allison Ducey. Maggie Finnegan is the leadoff hitter. Hawks need to take her down right now and shut this half inning down so they can get to the plate and fire up those bats. Here is the 0-1 to Maggie Finnegan. And it's a pitch that is called strike 2 on that outside corner. So no balls and 2 strikes on the sophomore right fielder, Maggie Finnegan. 0 for 2 with a sacrifice in game 1. Here is the pitch that she hits out to right field. And it's a nice catch out there by Kalena Burns, a little bit behind first base and near the right field fence. And that ends Penn State's top of the 7th. The Hawks are down to their last at bat, or are they? They need 2 to tie to make it into extra innings and 3 to win it. So we head into the very important bottom of the 7th inning. The Iowa Hawkeyes trailing Penn State 2-0. A good pitching performance by Bailey Partial for Penn State. Facing Kalena Burns, whom she struck out twice in this game. Here's a first pitch strike on that inside corner. In game number 1, Burns struck out once. She had a double and a single and a ground out. Here's the 0-1 to her, a pitch that's away, so it's a ball and a strike. Burns wasn't going to reach out there and chase it. Burns, a year ago, during that 2020 season, started and played 20 games out of the 22 that were played. Here's one that she'll just pop up into center field and try to make the catch out there. As a center fielder, she's sliding just north of the infield dirt was Danny Fay. I think she got a glove on it but wasn't able to make the catch. So Kalena will be probably issued with a base hit. Second baseman and shortstop were also chasing in there, so I think they wanted to avoid some kind of a collision. but that puts Burns on first base. Just what the Hawks need, get some base runners, move them around. Brings up Denali Lecker. Denali in this game, a strikeout and a ground out, or fly out, so she's 0 for 2. And in game 1, she singled and doubled and then flew out and grounded out. Her single was a 2-run single. Here's a pitch that she'll take a swing at and miss. Milkowski had come in and pinch hit for Kalina Burns in the top of the 7th inning. So my fault for not catching that. Lindy Milkowski, 5'8" freshman from Olathe, Kansas. Milkowski on this season, a 111 hitter, 1 hit in 9 at-bats in the games she's played. She's played in 6 games, started 2. Now she's in her 7th game. Here's a pop-up that goes out to Danny Fay out in center field on Denali Lecker and makes the play. That's the second consecutive fly out to center field for Denali Lecker. So 1 gone in the Iowa. Bottom of the 7th inning, Sammy Diaz will step to the plate. Sammy singled in her last at-bat and was stuck at first base. She has teammate Lindy Milkowski. Well, they got a runner for her now. See who that might be. Looks like it might be Aaron Carter. It's Avery Guy. Avery Guy is running for Milkowski. And here's a pitch that's down and in on Sammy Diaz. Penn State leads it 2-0. We're 1 out in the bottom of the 7th inning. Lindy Milkowski batting for Kalina Burns promptly singles. Avery Guy is running for her now at first base, and here's a pitch that's up and away, so it's a ball and 2 strikes on Sammy Diaz. Diaz in game number 1 was 0 for 3 with a fielder's choice. Here is the 1-2. She takes a swing and she'll ground it. Hit it to the outfield between short and third. So Sammy Diaz on first. Moves Avery Guy to second. And it brings up Marissa Peak. Peak has flown out twice in this game, but in the previous game, the first game, she was 1 for 3. She singled at her first at-bat and was stranded at first base. We'll see what head coach Renee Gillespie elects to do. There is just 1 out. I'd say send her to the plate and let her swing away. Need a good long ball here, 1 into a gap. Try to get both of these runs to score. Maybe extend this game. So the meeting in the circle has concluded. Penn State going to figure out some defense. A lot of it's just going to be pitcher against hitter to see what the hitter can do with it before they can decide where they're going to go with it. Oh, it's a pinch hitter. It's for the Hawkeyes. Kit Rocco. Kit Rocco going to bat for Marissa Peak. Pinch hit. Kit Rocco. I remember her reading about her quite a bit last year. Will step into the left-handed batter's box. Kit Rocco, a junior from Woodbury, Minnesota, a year ago batted .311 and looks at a pitch that's up and in. Had four multi-hit games with the 3-hit game against Portland State. Had 3 doubles. Did hit 1 home run, the left-handed hitter. She's down in the count at 0 balls and a strike. Here's the pitch. Down and in on her, 1 ball and 1 strike. Runners at first and second for the Hawks. 1 out, and Kit Rocco at the plate, getting her first at-bats of the 2021 softball season. Here's the pitch, lefty against lefty. She takes a good cut and misses. To end last year, she was on a 4-game hitting streak. 5 of her last 6 before that season was cut short. Like all softball teams, you get to game 22, you're starting to get into that rhythm, into that groove, and then all of a sudden it has to cease. So coaches were scrambling, trying to set up a schedule. Here's a pitch that's fouled back behind the backstop. She did hit 1 home run last year, as I mentioned, that against Central Michigan on the last weekend that the Hawks were down in Florida. Here is the 1-2. That's ball 2. So it's 2 balls. So Schulte is running at first base for Sammy Diaz. Here's a foul ball. Sammy, base hit, moved Avery Guy to second base. So the Hawks in business here, only 1 out. And it's Kit Rocco at the plate, the junior from Woodbury, Minnesota. Here's a pitch that she hits out into left field. Is Renee Gillespie going to move? No, it was a short into left field, and trying to get around third base was Avery Guy, but she had to hold up because the left fielder was right there to pick it up. But yet another base hit for the Hawks. It's a single by Kit Rocco. Good for Kit, and it brings up Briley Klosterman with the bases loaded and 1 out. The freshman from North Liberty will step to the plate, try to stroke a single, score some runs, tie this game, give the Hawks a chance to win the game. Down the stretch, they've been kind of baffled this entire game by Bailey Parshall, excellent junior left-handed pitcher from Penn State. But now they're getting to her here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Kit Rocco with a single. So Briley Klosterman, who already she walked in her first at-bat and popped up to second base in her second at-bat. Steps to the left-handed batter's box, the number 9 hitter. Can she get it to Nia Carter? Here is the first pitch to her that she hits up into the air at second base, and a pop-out to the second baseman for the second out. Well, either way, Nia Carter is going to step to the plate. Another situation for Nia to give the Hawks some production. She has the bases loaded, the left-handed slap hitter. Infield is playing a little bit shallow, but not too shallow. She's not going to bunt. She's going to swing away. Here is the first pitch to her. That's up and in. Now, Bailey Parshall knows that she has to be careful with Carter. Carter does have some pop in her bat. A year ago, didn't hit any home runs, hit a triple, had a couple of doubles, but just good at hitting the baseball or hitting the softball. Here's the 0-1 to Carter, and she hits it out to left field. 1 run will score. A second run is coming in to score. And runners at first and second, the Hawkeyes have tied up the ball game on a single by Nia Carter. And that gives them new life. And yet still at the plate with Kit Rocco at second, Nia Carter at first. Scoring is Milkowski from third, and Schulte from second. So runners remain at first and second, 2 gone. Iowa has tied this ball game. Nia Carter has come through again in the clutch. With her first hit of this game, she had 2 hits in the first game, and she extends her hitting streak now to 5, and her on-base streak, again, same number of 5. But more importantly, it ties this ball game at 2 apiece. And Riley Sheehy now with a chance to give the Hawks a win if she can put it in the outfield somewhere or put it between infielders. At second base is Riley Sheehy. No, not Sheehy, excuse me. Schulte. No, Kit Rocco, I'm sorry. And so we got a ball and a strike count on Riley Sheehy. No matter what happens here, this game's going to go to an 8th inning. See if the Hawks can't build a little momentum, gain some confidence in these big games right here to win this right here in this at-bat. So Riley Sheehy will lightly foul one back, so she's down in the count at a ball and 2 strikes. Ohio State and Minnesota have begun their quarterfinal, and they're 5 minutes into the game. Ohio State leads Minnesota 11-0. That's men's college basketball. Big Ten tournament style. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Riley Sheehy, the junior from Newtown, Pennsylvania. Here's one that she'll lift just to the reach of the shortstop, and she'll come down with it. It was a half a swing, but nevertheless, the Hawks come through in the bottom of the 7th inning, get 2 runs to extend this game into an 8th inning. When we come back, Claire Swedberg, the number 2 hitter, will begin it for Penn State. So against Ohio State, back in the first doubleheader of the 21 Big Ten season, game number 2, Nia Carter comes through with a 2-run single, walk-off single for the Hawks to win that game 4-3. Here, she has a 2-run single that scores runners on second and third to tie the game at 2 to extend it at least into an 8th inning. Penn State comes to the plate. Claire Swedberg will be the batter. The junior designated hitter has struck out 3 times here today, facing Allison Ducey. Ducey really has been masterful in the circle with 7 strikeouts against 10 batters she has faced. So the left-handed hitting Swedberg working against the right-handed pitching Allison Ducey. Here's the first offering from Ducey. And Swedberg will square to bunt, pops it down the third base line. Did it go foul? It was between Peak and Diaz, and neither could get to it. I think it went out of play. So no balls and 1 strike on the junior Swedberg, designated hitter. Pinch hit in the first game. Here is the 0-1 from Allison Ducey. Again, she squares to bunt, doesn't pull the bat back. And it's strike 2. Swedberg on the season, just a 143 hitter, 1 of 7 coming in. Hasn't helped her batting stats at all with yesterday, or the first game performance, and here in this one. Down to the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Here's the 0-2 from Allison Ducey. Pitch that is slap foul. just trying to maintain this at bat is Sweetberg. We're in the 8th inning, top of the 8th inning. Penn State led all the way through to the top of the 7th with 2-0 lead. Iowa scores 2 in the bottom of the 7th to extend the game. Here's a slap again that's going to go foul. Allison Ducey in the circle. Senior from Ankeny. Here's the 0-2, another slap foul into the backstop. Sweetberg kind of becoming a difficult hitter at this point. In the 2020 season, she started 14 of the 24 games she played in, had 10 hits and 38 bats for a .263 batting average. Here's a pitch that's and here's a pitch that's just tapped, foul and out of play. Here is the pitch to Sweetberg. She tries to slap it down the third base line. Claire Sweetberg, no balls and 2 strikes, has really been fending off pitches here. Here's a slap and a miss and another strikeout for Allison Ducey. That is strikeout number 8 for Deuce since the top of the 5th. It'll bring up Michelle Leone. It isn't Michelle Leone. Yes, it is. She's 1 for 3 today, a couple of flyouts and a single. She scored the first of 2 runs back in the 4th inning. Here's the first pitch from Ducey, a pitch that she hits out just right to Arely Bogar. She reaches up and snags it, and so that's out number 2. Oh, I see what's happening. This is the extra inning play where they'll put the last out at second base, and that's Finnegan, and try to score from there. I was wondering, how did Penn State get a runner on already? Here is the first pitch to Lexi Black, and she takes a look at a ball. So it's a ball and no strikes on Lexi Black, sophomore first baseman. 0 for 3 in game 1. Here is the 0-1 to her that hits her right on the left elbow. So that'll put runners at first and second. One thing that Allison has been known for is hitting batters. She had 47 of them coming into this season. 47, including already 2 this year, make that a third one. So now she's up to 48. So runners at first and second for Penn State. There are 2 outs in it. See if the Hawks can shut it down here. Pitch that is up and in. Danny Fay. She singled in her last at-bat, stole second, was stranded at second. She tripled in her second at-bat, a 2-run scoring triple that gave Penn State its 2-0 lead that they had held for all the way through the top of the 7th inning until Iowa scored 2 in the bottom of the 7th. Here's the 1-0, power against power, and Allison Ducey wins that one. She fires one right down the middle. Danny Fay, the senior, with a batting average of 300 coming into the weekend. She'll improve that a little bit. Here's a swing and a miss. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on senior Danny Fay. See if the Hawks can slow it here. They'll get their chance at the bottom of the inning, but they'd prefer to have to do it to win it versus tie the game again. Danny Fay, the right-handed hitter. Here's the pitch from Ducey, and it's one that's down and in, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two balls and 2 strikes on the senior center fielder Danny Fay. She's made a couple of nice, terrific plays in the field. And here's the pitch that's up and in. An appeal to the first base umpire resorts to not a swing. So a full count on Danny Fay. Runners at first and second. I just think that Alice is just going to have to go after her. Make her put it in play. See if she can't either get her to strike out or ground out. Here is the 3-2, a pitch that's fouled into the backstop. See if she doesn't come back with the same kind of pitch. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2, the top of the 8th. We're into the extra innings play that was established 2 years ago, putting a runner on second base for each of the teams. See if they can get a run across. Here's a swing and a miss and another strikeout. So Allison Ducey, 9 strikeouts in 4 at-bats for Penn State, and that ends Penn State's top of the 8th inning. Iowa will come in to the bottom of the 8th inning. They'll put Riley Sheehy at second base, and Arely Bogar will be at the plate. See if Renee Gillespie doesn't elect to scratch her or to sacrifice her to third base to get her that much close. We'll see what head coach Renee Gillespie elects to do here against Bailey Parshall. Parshall's really pitched a fine ball game against the Hawks here today, shutting them down all the way through until the 5th inning when Zoe Schulte would get a base hit that broke up the doublehead or the no-hitter. But Schulte was stranded at first base, and then the Hawks would get a single and have a runner reach by error in the 6th inning. Couldn't get anything to cross. In the 7th inning, they had the bases, got the bases loaded, and then a single by Nia Carter scored 2 to tie the game, and that's why we're here into extra innings. So Arely Bogar at the plate. Here she turns square, she bunts it into the air, and the third baseman rifling down the third base line catches it out of the air. Arely didn't get it down on the ground. She had 2 sacrifices last year out of all those at-bats. She needed to put it down on the ground to keep it from to get Sheehy to third base, and it doesn't happen. So now it becomes Grace Bain's turn. We'll see if she doesn't turn to square to bunt as well. She's going to hit away. Here she'll pop one out to right field, and making the catch out there is Maggie Finnegan. And that does, though, move Sheehy to third base on the flyout, and it's Kalena Burns' turn to bat. We'll see if Kalena doesn't take the batter's box, put this thing in play, and get a chance to score Riley Sheehy from third base. Put that ball into play somewhere and make him field it. Meeting at the mound, or in the circle for Penn State. Iowa won the first game 5-1. Sarah Lehman pitched all 7 innings. Gave up 3 hits. Did a nice job of keeping Penn State batters at bay. And now the umpire has headed out to the circle to break up that meeting so we can get things going again. Riley Sheehy at third, 2 gone. Kalena Burns will step to the plate. I believe it's Burns. Here's the first offering from Bailey Partial, and it's a pitch that's outside. 1 ball and no strikes to the sophomore first baseman out of Corona, California. Here's the pitch to her, a pitch that's called strike 1 on that inside corner, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Burns on the day had 2 strikeouts. She was pinch hit for in the 7th inning. Lindy Makowski promptly singled and would score the first of the 2 runs that Iowa needed in that bottom of the 7th inning to extend this game. Here's the 1-1. Burns looks at strike 2 right down the middle. Burns, a 200 hitter coming into the weekend. In game 1, she was 2 out of 4. Here's the 1-2 from Bailey Partial, and boy, that's tough to lay off that pitch. It was right kind of in a hitting zone, but it was high, and Kalena Burns didn't like it and left it. The umpire called it a ball, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. See if Kalena can't get a hold of one here. We'll see if Bailey Partial comes to her from the circle. Here comes the left-hander pitch that just outside. Even tougher to leave that one alone. So it's a full count on the first baseman. Kalena Burns. If she walks, they'll put runners at first and third and bring up Denali Lecker. Here's the full count pitch from Bailey Partial, a pitch that Burns swings at and fouls it back. Got a nice piece of that one to foul it back to maintain this at bat. So Bailey Partial living up to her expectation as the top pitcher for Penn State. Again, 0-3, though, coming into this game. Here is the 3-2 that is lifted down the right field line. And will it go foul? It does. And unable to make the play was Maggie Finnegan. And Burns will stay alive in this at-bat. Three balls and 2 strikes on the sophomore first baseman, Kalena Burns. Runner at third and Riley Sheehy. We're in the 8th inning, the bottom of the 8th inning. See if Burns can come through with a clutch hit right here. Here's the pitch. And Burns lifts it to left field. And it'll be caught out there in left field, and so we'll go to the 9th inning. Same situation. Penn State will put a runner at second base, and that will be Danny Fay. And the 6th hitter, KT Rex, will come to the plate. So after today's doubleheader, the Hawks will finish the series with Penn State tomorrow in a 9 o'clock game. That's the only game they play tomorrow. And then they'll open up the series against Maryland on Saturday. I'll do the first game on Saturday and not the second game nor the game on Sunday against Maryland, so that's a 3-game series as well. Fortunately for me, I'll be on vacation for a week, and then I'll be right back at it when the Hawks head to Purdue on the 26th of March. And then every weekend from there, it's 4 games against all Big Ten teams. So the good thing about this Big Ten schedule is you play everybody. You're going to find out a true Big Ten champion because you get a chance to play everybody. They go to Purdue. They host Indiana. That's on Easter weekend, and then they will be at Wisconsin the following weekend in April. So we'll get those games in. We will certainly look forward to this Big Ten season, see what the Hawks can come up with. And here is KT Rex trying to square to bunt. Danny Fay is at second base here in the top of the 9th inning. Start a runner off at second base. Each team continues to get that opportunity as we play into extra innings. So KT Rex 0 for 3 on the day. Here is the offering from Allison Ducey. A bunt that's laid down, and coming to get it is Sammy Diaz from third, but it does move Fay to third base. 1 gone in Penn State's top of the 9th inning. Brings up Lilia Crothamel. Crothamel 0 for 3 on the day herself. Could be just about anything now that the Hawks can expect with Danny Fay at third base, even pushing a bunt down the first baseline. And Crothamel comes to the plate swinging. She at least didn't square to bat on that pitch from Allison Ducey. Ducey, since she came in the top of the 5th inning for Lauren Shaw, has struck out 9 Penn State batters. 1 out, runner at third, top of the 9th inning. Here's the pitch that's up and away from Lilia Crothamel. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Crothamel, who was 0 for 1 with a walk in Game 1. She's leading this team in batting with a .313 average coming into this doubleheader. Hawks have been able to do a nice job keeping her off base. Now she does turn squares to bunt. And are they going to get her at the plate? No. Nice charge by Kalena Burns to pick it up. And she was real close to home plate. I almost thought she was going to get Fay by herself, but she tries to flip it forward to Marissa Peak. And Peak must not have been able to hang on to that softball because she got there as Fay was sliding. So Danny Fay will score from third base on the sacrifice bunt. And that'll put Lilia Crothamel at first base. I know Renee Gillespie now out talking to the home plate umpire about what he saw. Maybe she didn't drop it. My view wasn't all that great. But the call will stand. So with 2 gone, runner at first base, a run in for Penn State. They lead it 3-2. It brings up Lauren Marcotte. Here is a steal attempt that is successful for Lilia Crothamel. Really going to put the pressure on the Hawks here if they can get a second run to score. It is Lauren Marcotte, the freshman shortstop, 1 for 2 in the first game. Has a walk, a single, and a strikeout in this game, 1 for 2. Here is the pitch from Allison Ducey. Nice pitch, hits that inside corner. So it's a ball and a strike. Here's the 1-1 from Allison Ducey. A pitch that swung on and missed by Marcotte. So she's down on the count at a ball and 2 strikes. Emily Maddock will be next for Penn State. That's the number 9 hitter. Then we're back at the top of the order. Ducey up in the count here against Lauren Marcotte. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lilia Crothamel on second. 1 run in. Here's a swing and a miss. And that's the 10th strikeout of this half game that Allison Ducey is pitching. So that'll bring up Emily Maddock, the number 9 hitter. It isn't. It's going to be a pinch hitter for Emily Maddock. It is Kennedy Legg. Coming in to pitch hit for Emily Maddock. Legg pinch hit in the first game, too. She came in the bottom of the 6th inning and would fly out to Sammy Diaz at third, pop out to her at third base. And Kennedy Legg on the season, she's in her 3rd year, a 167 hitter, has started 4 of the 7 games that she's played in, 2 hits and 12 at-bats. One of the hits is a triple. So she has a little power in that bat. So the runner at second base is Lilia Crothamel. She squeezed Danny Fay home on a bunt just minutes ago in this top of the 9th inning to give Penn State the 3-2 lead. Here's the 3-2. And a pitch that swung on and missed. So it's no balls and 2 strikes now on Kennedy Legg. Three to 2 the lead, top of the 9th inning. Penn State at bat has the lead. Here's the 0-2 from Allison Ducey. Tries to get her to reach out and swing at a bad pitch. Doesn't happen. So it's a ball and 2 strikes on Kennedy Legg. She's a freshman. Here's the pitch that she fouls into the backstop. Kennedy Legg is a redshirt senior from Keller, Texas. So last year, Legg was the 2nd leading hitter on the team at .299. Started and played all 26 games, had 20 hits and 67 at-bats. 4 doubles and a home run for her extra base hits. Fouls this one back as well, so the count remains the same at a ball and 2 strikes. See if Allison can't throw one past her. Get out of this inning. See if the Hawks can at least tie the game again or win it in the bottom of the 9th inning. But they need to get through this first. Trail by 1, 3-2. Here's the 1-2 from Allison Ducey. A pitch that's, again, fouled down the left field line and out of play. So the count remains the same at a ball and 2 strikes. 2 gone. But a run has scored here for Penn State in the top of the 9th inning. Here's the 1-2 from Deuce. And it's a pitch that swung on and missed. That is the 11th strikeout for Allison Ducey in this half game that she's played. So we're at 8.5 innings played. Penn State now has regained the lead at 3-2. The Hawkeyes will come to the plate. They'll put, I'm not sure who they'll put at second base. It would have to be Kalina Burns. And they'll send Denali Lecker, Sammy Diaz, and Marissa Peak to the plate to try to score one to tie or take the lead and win. So we go to the bottom of the ninth inning. Iowa scored 2 in the bottom of the seventh to tie the game to send it into extra innings. Had Riley Sheehy at third base in the bottom of the ninth, couldn't get her across. Penn State scores one in the top of the ninth to take the lead 3-2. So Renee Gillespie heading down to third base as a third base coach. Got as a runner at second base. And at the plate, Denali Lecker. Certainly can hit the ball. Reading a profile about her, she was named after Denali National Park in the state of Alaska when her family lived up there. Father played hockey in his spare time. And he also rode bulls in a rodeo. So Denali would go to the rodeo and be a part of it, even as a youngster. First pitch, base hit. Does it move? Burns to second. Amber DeSena is running for Burns at second. And an error puts Denali at first, and it does move DeSena to third. So nobody out, runners on the corners, and it brings up, I believe it's going to be Sammy Diaz. And here's a pitch that's down and away. Hawks now in a great position. Take them one at a time. A run will tie it. And then another run will win it. We'll see if the Hawks can come up with that right here. Infield is now playing 2-3 strides in. Got to knock everything down and play at the plate. Here's a pitch that Sammy Diaz will foul into the backstop. So she's swinging away. It is Sammy Diaz, third baseman. She was pinch hit for in the bottom of the seventh by Zoe Schulte, who promptly hit a single and then would score one of the 2 runs. The Hawkeyes scored to put this game into extra innings. 1 ball and 1 strike on Sammy Diaz. Here she turns and bunts it, but foul. So she down in the count at a ball and 2 strikes. Hawks kind of finally starting to get to Bailey Parshall a little bit. Later stages of this game. Because she had him handcuffed through the first 5 innings till she gave up her first hit. And then 2 innings later, the Hawks would score 2 to tie it, put it in extra innings. Here's Sammy Diaz with a nice cut, fouls it into the backstop. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Sammy Diaz. Here's the 1-2 from Bailey Parshall, junior left-handed pitcher. And Sammy will swing and miss, and that's the first out of the inning. That's the first strikeout for Bailey since the 5th inning. That is her 8th of the game. And it brings up Marissa Peak. Runners at the corners for the Hawks, 1 out. Bottom of the 9th inning, 3-2 lead for Penn State. Here's the offering from Bailey. Nearly hits Peak, but apparently doesn't. Marissa Peak, 5'8" freshman from Wentzville, Missouri, suburb of St. Louis. Up in the count at 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the pitch to her that is called strike 1. Coming into the game, a 200 hitter, 2 hits and 10 at-bats. and has an RBI to her credit. Today, in this game, she is 1 for 3 in this game, and she was 1 for 3 in game 1. Here is the pitch to her. She hits it into the air down the first base line, foul, and the first baseman just can't get to it. That is Lexi Black giving it an excellent effort, diving for it to try to make the play, but cannot. So Peak remains alive in this at bat with a 1-2 count. One ball and 2 strikes on the freshman Marissa Peak. Left-handed pitcher Bailey Partial. Here's a pitch and a swing and a foul back into the backstop. Got to swing at everything that's close just to maintain an at-bat. One gone in the Iowa bottom of the 9th inning. Runner at first is Lecker. Got on an error. And Amber DeSena, who started at second base, is on third base at this point. Hawks just need to get a run in to extend it again. Here's a hit and a foul back behind the backstop again. After Marissa will be Briley Klosterman, the number 9 hitter. If the Hawks could get to Nia Carter, give them a great opportunity to win this game if they hadn't already by then. Here's the 1-2 from Partial, and she strikes out Peak. How about that for a double steal? It caught Penn State napping. The strikeout against Burns stands, and then the delayed steal is Denali Lecker goes to second, and on the throwdown, Amber DeSena will score from third to tie the ball game at 3-3. Nice piece of coaching down there, Renee Gillespie. Now with the runner at second base, Denali Lecker, Brodie Klosterman comes to the plate, the number 9 hitter. We at least will go to a 10th inning if Hawks don't win it here. Here's a pitch that's Klosterman will square up on to bunt, but she bunts it foul and will have no balls and a strike on her. Nice piece of work there by the Hawks. Catch Penn State napping, get the double steal, and the score at home for Amber DeSena ties the ball game at 3. And Denali Lecker standing at second base. Here's the 0-1 to Klosterman. She'll lift it into the infield, and the first baseman, Lexi Black, over to make the catch. Well, that ends the Hawkeyes' bottom of the 9th inning, but Iowa gets 1. They tie the score at 3. We go into the 10th inning. Tied at 3. It'll be the top of the order for Penn State. Maggie Finnegan will start it off. So here we go in the top of the 10th inning. Penn State will put a runner at second. And try to get her forward. Iowa meeting in the circle now. They want to make sure they get this defense set up. Really going to be important for Allison Ducey to throw good pitches. get some quick outs, some strikeouts. They can't allow Penn State to score from second. Three to three in the top of the 10th inning. Big Ten softball from Leesburg, Florida, just outside of Orlando. Second weekend of Big Ten play. Iowa, Penn State, 2 today, 1 tomorrow. Iowa, Maryland on Saturday and Sunday. Here's an attempted bunt by Finnegan that is caught by Sammy Diaz. So it's one gone in Penn State's top of the 10th. That'll bring up Claire Swedberg. I believe they're going to pinch hit for Claire. We'll get the number and the name for you here shortly. Swedberg, the designated hitter. And it is Emily Maddock going to pinch hit for Swedberg. Now, Maddock started in the number 9 spot. It's not Maddock. It's Allie Kurland. Going to pinch hit here for Claire Swedberg in the top of the 10th. With a runner at second base. Oh, it is Maddock at second. Okay. Yeah, Maddock would have been the last out of the inning before. Here's the pitch from Allison Ducey, the 0-1 that's upstairs. So 1 ball and 1 strike on Allie Kurland, a 5'9" junior. Kurland played in game 1, left-handed catcher. Here's the pitch to her that she swings at and misses, so it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kurland was the number 4 hitter in game 1. She was 0 for 1 with a walk. She ended up at second base on that first at bat. Tie ball game, 3-3, top of the 10th. Penn State at bat with 1 out. Here's a pitch. Does it hit that outside corner? It does. 11 strikeouts for Allison Ducey. 2 gone here in the top of the 10th inning. No reason to relax till that third out happens, and that brings up Michelle Leone. Leone on the day is 1 for 4. She singled and scored back in their 2-run scoring 4th inning. She's got a teammate in Emily Maddock at second base here in the extra innings. Allison Ducey starts her off with a pitch that's up and away, so it's a ball and no strikes. Here's the 1-0 from Allison Ducey. Here's a swing and a miss. Ducey just threw it right by her. Michelle Leone, a 200 hitter coming into the series. 2 hits and 10 at bats. And an extra base hit in those 2 hits is a double. As a single here today. Here is the 1-1 from Ducey. Pitch that swung on, hit out into left field. And it's a base hit, a double that's going to score a run. Emily Maddock will score from second base on the double by Michelle Leone. With 2 outs, a 2-out run-scoring double puts Penn State in the lead, 4-3, and it brings up Lexi Black. Black, the first baseman, the sophomore first baseman, is 1 for 3 today. She was hit by a pitch in her last at-bat and singled and scored the first of 2 runs back in the 4th. Here's the first pitch to her. It's called strike 1 on that outside corner. Here we are at the top of the 10th inning. Iowa and Penn State waging war in the Big Ten. Here's the 0-1 pitch that's fouled into the backstop. So Allison now up on the count on Lexi Black. The senior Danny Fay is up next for Penn State. Fay scored the 3rd run in the 9th extra inning to give Penn State the 3-2 lead. Here's the pitch that's out and away. Almost wish that Allison would have just gone after her to strike her out, throw one right down the middle, see if she can't hit it or will miss it completely, kind of take her by surprise. This game started back at 11:30. We're already 2 hours and 40 minutes into it. We're in the 10th inning. Iowa, Penn State. Nittany Lions lead at 4-3. Here's the 2-2 from Allison Ducey. Pitch that's hit, popped up into the infield. Arely Bogar calls everybody off. And that, my friends, will end Penn State's 10th inning. But they get a run. And lead this game 4-3, heading into the bottom of the 10th inning, where the Hawks will have the top of the order. Nia Carter, Riley Sheehy, Arely Bogar will step to the plate for the Hawks. So Nia Carter supplied the base hit to score 2 runs for the Hawks in the bottom of the 7th inning to extend this game. Has the chance to begin the top of the 10th inning, get on base, and at least tie the score to send it into an 11th inning. Nia on the day, 1 for 4. Here she lays down a bunt, and it goes foul. Trying to bunt her way on. She extended her hitting streak now to 5 games. And reached base streaks, multi-hit games. She's up at 5. She has a 5-game hitting streak going. Extended that here, but what's more important is Iowa works to win this game. Here she bunts one that's foul, so now she's down on the count at 0-2. I believe Brody Klosterman is at second base for the Hawks. See if Nia can get her hit in. No balls and 2 strikes on the sophomore Nia Carter out of Rancho Cucamonga, California. Here's the 0-2 from Bailey Partial that Nia will foul and out of play. Oh and 2 on the left-handed hitting Nia Carter, the leadoff hitter for the Hawks. Riley Sheehy is next. Here's the 0-2 that she swings at. Nibbles it down the third base line. She's going to beat it out, and that's going to move Briley Klosterman to third. And the Hawks in business here. second hit of the day of this game for Nia Carter. She now up to 5 two-hit, multi-hit games, 6 total. And at first base, nobody out, runners at the corners. And that'll bring up Riley Sheehy. Riley Sheehy may have popped out as they tried to bunt. So there's 1 out. There's still runners at first and third. Nia Carter at first and Bradley Klosterman at third. And Arely Bogart at the plate. Bogart, the senior from Trophy Club, Texas. Here she lays down a bunt down the first base line, and they don't get Klosterman. Yes, she ties the score. She slides under the tag, and there's still only 1 out, and that moves Nia Carter to second base. It brings up Grace Baines. What will head coach Renee Gillespie elect to do? Let Baines bat her way on base, or see if she can't bunt him forward, and then let Burns, Kalina Burns, step in with a big hit. Here's the pitch. Baines is going to bat. She's going to swing away. Ball 1, 4-4. Here in the bottom of the 10th inning, Iowa has been able to match Penn State's top of the lineup, or top of the inning, 1 point or 1 run with a run in the bottom of the extra inning. If nothing else, we go to the 11th. Here is the 1-0 to Baines, and she'll foul it down the left field line. Grace Baines, just a 56 average percentage point hitter for the Hawks here in this on the season. She had a 2 RBI double in the Michigan State win 2 weeks ago. Here today, she's 0 for 4, and here's the pitch to her. That's down and away, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. In game 1 today, Baines was 0 for 3 with a walk, and she scored a run. 2 balls and 1 strike on the freshman, Grace Baines. Here's the pitch from Bailey Partial, a pitch that's out and away, so it's 3 balls and 1 strike. Again, just 1 out, runners at first and second. Iowa has tied the score. Baines has a 3-1 count on her. I'm sure, and Bailey's been pitching a lot of pitches here today. She's into her 10th inning of pitching, and sometimes it just isn't the same as it was in the 5th or 6th inning. Doesn't want to make a mistake with Baines, but at the same time, certainly doesn't want to walk her. 3 balls and 1 strike. Here comes the offering from Bailey Partial, and it's a pitch that swung on and grounded foul, so it's a full count on Grace Baines. Got a good cut at it, just couldn't put it into fair territory. Three balls and 2 strikes on the freshman Grace Baines out of Kansas City, Kansas. 4-4 score. Bottom of the 10th inning. Hawks with runners at first and second. Has scored a run to make it 10, and a called third strike on that inside corner. 2 gone. That's the 10th strikeout for Bailey Partial. It'll bring up Kalena Burns. Burns on the day. She is 1 for 4. Singled and scored in the 7th, that very important 2-run 7th inning. And then she was pinch run for by Amber DeSena. And DeSena would promptly score on the double steal. Here is the 0-1, and Burns will foul it back. No balls and 2 strikes. Got to hit everything that's close. On Kalena Burns, 5'10 sophomore from Corona, California. Started 22 games last year, most of them at first base. She did designate hit a couple of times. Had a 9-game hitting streak at the end of last year before the pandemic hit. Here's a foul into the backstop. A pitch that's high, but again, she's got to swing at everything. You don't want to leave it into the hands of the umpire to either call you out or luckily get another ball call. 0-2 on Kalena Burns. Here's the pitch. Up and in on her, ball 1. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runners at first and second for the Hawks. Briley Klosterman has already scored to make it 4-4. We're in the bottom of the 10th inning. Extra innings for the Hawks. And a 1-2 count on Kalena Burns. So in extra innings, which Iowa has had none this year already. No stat on that one. And Kalena Burns has struck out. The 11th strikeout for Bailey Partial today. So that will bring Penn State to the plate. They will send, I believe, Lexi Black, but I don't think it will be, Danny Fay to the plate. The number 5 hitter. Working against Allison Ducey. Here's the pitch from Deuce. Fay squares to bunt. Looks at a pitch that's a strike. Kalena Burns would fly out to the shortstop to end the Hawks' bottom of the 10th. We reach the top of the 11th. Danny Fay at the plate. Here's one that she bunts to Ducey. A one-hopper she picks up, and oh my goodness, she overthrows Arely Bogar. Oh, and Arely was able to come down on the base with it. But it does move the runner to third base. 1 gone. That'll bring up KT Rex for Penn State. Here's the pitch from Allison Ducey to get it started. Pitch that Rex will take a good cut at to begin with. One gone. Top of the 11th inning. Here is pitch to KT Rex. And she looks at a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. So So Rex steps back into the right-handed batter's box. She sacrificed in her last at-bat, struck out, grounded out twice. Swings and misses. Down in the count at a ball and 2 strikes. Sophomore catcher KT Rex coming into the game. A 167 hitter. Started both of these games. So 6 of 8 starts, 2 hits and 12 at-bats. Was 0 for 1 in her last game. Here is the 1-2 from Ducey, a pitch that's down and in. She doesn't chase it. So 2 balls and 2 strikes on Catherine Rex. That's her given name. Goes by KT. Here's a pitch that's up and away. 3 balls and 2 strikes on KT Rex. 1 out, 4-4, top of the 11th. Penn State with a runner on second base. That is extra innings protocol. Here's the 3-2 from Allison Ducey. And it's a pitch that Rex will lift up into the infield. And Kalena Burns will come all the way down the line and collect the out. 2 gone. In Penn State's top of the 11th, it'll bring up Lilia Crothamel. Crothamel on the day, 0 for 3 with a sacrifice bunt that she beat out in the 9th inning, in which Penn State would score. Iowa would counter that with a score in the bottom of the 9th. Here's the pitch from Allison Ducey, one that Cathermel will swing at and miss. So she's down in the count. No balls and a strike. Here's the 0-1 from Allison Ducey. And a pitch that's up and in. Allison, the senior from Ankeny, again, we talked about, has had a nice career at the University of Iowa. 2-time All-Big Ten pitcher in her time with the Hawks. Here's the 1-1. And a pitch that's hit out to right field. And making the catch out there is Nia Carter. So the Hawks put Penn State down in order. And they'll come to the bat. In the bottom of the 11th inning, it'll be Denali Lecker, Sammy Diaz, and Marissa Peak stepping to the plate for the Hawks. So we go into the bottom of the 11th inning. The Iowa Hawkeyes will send Denali Lecker to the plate. Denali struck out, flown out twice to center field, singled in the bottom of the 9th inning, and was left at second base. Here we are in the bottom of the 11th, working against Bailey Partial. Here's a pitch that nicks Denali, so she'll hustle down to first base. They've got, I think, at second base, for the Hawks is Amber DeSena. DeSena scored. Here's a bunt that will move runners to second and third on the sacrifice by Sammy Diaz. Amber DeSena is now at third. And a great opportunity for the Hawks here to win this game. They've got one out. The runner's at second and third. And at the plate is Marissa Peak. A win here will give the Hawks a sweep of Penn State today. Here's a pitch that Peak will foul back behind the backstop. Trying to put it in play. Penn State infield is certainly playing shallow. They need to get the play at the plate. Catching for Penn State is KT Rex, a sophomore. Here is the 0-1 to Peak. It was a off-speed pitch that Peak gets out in front of, but fouls it into the backstop. But quickly, she's down in the count at no balls and 2 strikes. We'll see what Bailey Partial will throw at her. Will she give her something to hit or try to throw it away from her? Here's the pitch that Peak drills out into left field, but foul. Boy, she got around on that quickly. Pulled it foul down the left field line. Need to do one of those fair there, Marissa. Need to do one of those fair. Got Lecker at second base, and Kalina December at third. Here's a pitch Peak will swing at and foul it into the backstop. Amber DeSena is at third base. She scored the 4th run for the Hawks to keep it into extra innings back in the 9th inning. Second and third, 1 out. 0-2 pitch on Marissa Peak. Bailey Partial in the circle. Here's the pitch, and Peak will swing at it and miss. So that is strikeout number 10 for Partial. It brings up Briley Klosterman. Runners at second and third. 2 gone. See what Briley can come up with. Here's a pitch that Briley will get a swing at and put it into the backstop. If she can place it between position people, make them field it, and beat out the throw to first base, get a run to score. See if Briley can come up with that. Here's the 0-1 pitch that's upstairs on her. She won't chase it. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike. We are at 3 hours of this softball game. Started at 11:30. Here is the pitch on the 1-1. Klosterman rips it foul down the first base line. She got around it, but brings it foul. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on the freshman from North Liberty. Bottom of the 11th inning. This is our 4th extra inning played. Teams have scored in 3 of them. Here's the pitch outside that Briley will not chase. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on the freshman left-handed batting, left-handed throwing center fielder. Bailey Partial in the circle for Penn State. Here's the 3-2 or 2-2. Here's a swing and a foul. Just got a piece of it. Knocked it back into the backstop. So she remains alive in this at-bat. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two gone, 4-4. Bottom of the 11th inning. Hawks with runners at second and third. Freshman ninth hitter Briley Klosterman at the plate. Here comes the 2-2 that is upstairs. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Good eye by Briley Klosterman to not go after that outside pitch, but it was close, but it was high and away a little bit. We'll see if Bailey Partial tries to throw one right by her. Cat and mouse game begins. Here is the pitch from Partial. Klosterman doesn't swing. It's high, and she draws the walk, and it brings up Nia Carter. Bases loaded for the Hawkeyes. And Nia Carter, who has singled in her last at-bat. We'll see what head coach Renee Gillespie tries to do here, because she's capable of about everything. Even a squeeze play, just lay down a bunt and beat out the throw to home and beat out the throw to first. They won't go to first. They'll have to get the play at the plate, maybe. Or are they going to let her swing away? Here's the first pitch to Carter. She swings at it, and she'll drive it to left field. And the catch is made by, it looks like it must have been the shortstop. Yep, Lauren Marcotte catches it in short left field. And that ends the Hawkeyes here in the 11th. We go to the top of the 12th inning. Tied at 4. Penn State will send 8, 9, and 1 to the plate. So Penn State steps to the batter's box. They will send Lauren Marcotte, freshman shortstop, to the plate. He's the first batter here in the 12th inning. She's walked, singled, and struck out twice, facing the senior Allison Ducey. Here's the pitch from Deuce. She squares the bunt, pulls the bat back on a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Again, the top of the 12th inning. Teams each scored a run in the 9th inning, 9th and 10th innings, because we were tied at 2. Iowa had to score 2 in the bottom of the 7th to get there. Here's a foul tip that is caught by Marissa Peak, and that's out number 1. So that'll bring up, I believe, Emily Maddock, but Kennedy Legg batted for her last time. And I suppose if Legg batted for her here, Maddock would not be able to re-enter. So it looks like it's going to be Emily Maddock. It is. Second baseman, freshman, with the runner at second base. That's Lilia Crothamel, and she promptly steals third on the first pitch. So with 1 out, Crothamel will steal third base and stands there at third base, and Emily Maddock is at the plate. 1 gone. We'll see what Penn State comes up with here. Here is the 1-0 that Maddock will pop back out of play behind the press box. So no balls and 2 strikes now on Emily Maddock. 1 gone, runner at third for Penn State, tied at 4. Here's a pitch that she'll drive out into the outfield. Is it going to be short enough to get to home? And it's not in time to get the runner from scoring, and that is Lillian Carthamel. So the stolen base proves worthy for Penn State. 2 gone, and it's the top of the order in Maggie Finnegan. Finnegan on the day is 0 for 4, and she looks at a pitch that's up and in. 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the 1-0 from Allison Ducey, a pitch that's away, so it's 2 balls and no strikes. 5-4, the lead for Penn State. They've scored here in the top of the 12th. Here's the 2-0, a pitch that she takes a cut at and will foul it down the third base line. So 2 balls and 1 strike on the sophomore right fielder, Maggie Finnegan. She was 0 for 2 with a sacrifice in Game 1 today, the game that Iowa won 5-1. Sarah Lehman with a nice pitching performance. Iowa was down 2 through most of Game 1, well, all of Game 1, or Game 2, until the 7th inning when they scored 2 to put it into extra innings, and just haven't been able to put on the extra runs to get the second win of the day. 3 balls and 1 strike to Finnegan. Allison Ducey replaced Lauren Shaw back in the 5th, and I'm not sure head coach Renee Gillespie thought that Ducey would go this far, but she's got stamina. Here is a pop-up to Arely Bogar, who makes the catch, ends the inning, but Penn State gets a run, takes a 5-4 lead. We'll head into the bottom of the 12th inning, and it'll be Riley Sheehy, Arely Bogar, and Grace Baines. Nia Carter will start at second base. So Nia Carter will start the bottom of the 12th inning at second base for the Hawks. Riley Sheehy will be at the plate and see if the Hawks can score 2 to win. They need 1 to tie. They're down 5-4. Good place in the order for the Hawks to be to get a run or 2 across. We'll see if head coach Renee Gillespie elects to bunt Sheehy to move Nia Carter to third. And she does, squares and bunts it fair. And the play from third to first is good. And it moves Nia Carter to third base. And 1 out. Arely Bogar steps to the plate. Arely got on a fielder's choice in the 10th inning. She flew out to third. She was out on a bunt attempt back in the 6th. And here's a pitch that she hits out to the outfield. It's over the head. It's on the move for the Hawks. They're going to score 1. Arely Bogar is around second all the way to third. And she's there with a triple. Arely Bogar, nice drive over the center fielder's head that easily scores Nia Carter, and Bogar got on her horse and got around to third base with one out, and it brings up Grace Baines. What will head coach Renee Gillespie put together here? Will she have her bunt and try to score Arely, or let Baines swing away? And here's a nice off-speed pitch by Bailey Partial, and it freezes Baines at the plate. Nice piece of hitting for Arely Bogar to hit that triple. Here is the pitch to Baines, and she swings and fouls, so she's down on the count at no balls and 2 strikes. For Arely, last year she did not hit a triple. In her career, she has 2, now make it 3. Here's the 0-2 to Baines. She hits one, drives it to left field, and that's going to end the ball game. The Hawks are going to win Game 2. Nice drive by Baines over the left fielder's head, a walk-off single. It scores Arely Bogar, and the Hawks capitalize to win this game 6-5 in the bottom of the 12th inning. Way to go, Hawks. Way to come through. They take the doubleheader today from Penn State, winning Game 1 5-1, and win Game 2 right here on a walk-off single by Grace Baines over the head of the left fielder, and Arely Bogar scores easily from third base. Tomorrow, it'll be the Hawks and Penn State again. That'll be at 9 o'clock. I'm sorry, that will be at 10 o'clock. That's a 10 o'clock start tomorrow. Yeah, that's a Friday game at 10 o'clock against Penn State. That'll be the third game of the series, but Iowa takes the first 2. They move their record to 4-4 at 500 and look forward to sweeping the series against Penn State tomorrow. I'm Jerry Koala. Thanks for tuning in here this afternoon. Thanks for hanging around for 12 great innings of Big Ten softball between Iowa and Penn State. Iowa wins Game 2 6-5 on a walk-off single by Grace Baines, scoring Arely Bogar. The Hawks win Game 1 5-1 on a great pitching performance by Sarah Lehman. 4-4 are the Hawks. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, Iowa and Penn State. Have yourself a great week, and I guess I want to tell you who is going to be broadcasting that game tomorrow, because it won't be me. It is going to be Quinn Douglas. Quinn Douglas will be broadcasting tomorrow's game. It's a 10 o'clock start time. Quinn Douglas will bring you Iowa-Penn State Game 3 tomorrow. Again, I'm Jerry Koala. Thanks for tuning in. We'll talk to you again Saturday morning at 9 o'clock.